In the heart of Central America, where remote jungle waterways are havens for drug smugglers, a man-sized monster prowls the rivers.
You gonna kill your one?
A creature that instills fear in all who encounter it.
One pisamande.
But if your friend hadn't been there, what?
I would be a dead man.
My name is Jeremy Wade. And this beast will take me to my breaking point. And beyond. As I relearn everything I know in an attempt to catch this elusive Central American river monster.
Coming up, coming up! I've just heard a story from the jungles of Central America about the unexplained death of a fisherman. He set out from the riverbank in his dugout canoe, leaving his companion holding the other end of their net. It was the last time he was seen alive. 3 days later, they found his body, but the cause of death remains a mystery. Some people say he was taken by a supernatural creature. But although I've never been to this region before, I've seen what other rivers around the world can hold. And I'm wondering whether this supernatural creature could in fact be something I can get my hands on.
The story originates from a remote river on the eastern side of the troubled country of Nicaragua. I head to Bluefields, the only major town in the area, to begin my investigation.
Anywhere you are, the presence of God, the power of Jesus, the only one who reach on the cross, He's the only one who save your life and change your heart and change your mind. Hallelujah.
I suppose it's not exactly what I was expecting. I was expecting something a bit more, Latin American possibly, but this feels much more Caribbean. It's a real melting pot. Well, there's people from of African descent, even European, Chinese, local Indian as well. And the languages, I'm hearing Spanish, but I'm also hearing a Creole version of English, and then other completely unrecognizable stuff, which I'm assuming is Mosquito Indian. Interesting place.
This multicultural community stems from its position as a key trading port, and the harbour is still the focus of that activity. But it has a dark side.
Very bustling place, lots of stuff being taken on and off boats. But the thing is, Bluefields was actually founded on piracy, and there's still a certain amount of illicit trade going on to this day. And the main thing nowadays, it's all about this being right on the main route for taking cocaine from Colombia to North America.
Just a month and a half ago, the Nicaraguan Navy busted a boat with over 2 tons of cocaine on board. A street value of over $200 million.
It's sort of the place where, as a foreigner, maybe I don't want to attract too much attention. I think I just need to have a quick look around here and then get up country into the rivers and creeks.
I head into the market to see what I can find out about the fish that inhabit these rivers, and whether any of them grow big enough to kill a man.
Pescado del mar.
Del mar.
De mar o de río ese? De mar. No hay hoy. No. ¿Hay algún pescado grande de río aquí? No, this is mullet, is it?
Mullet, yeah.
Got a mullet here, and if you've got lots of these up the rivers, there's quite possibly fish up there that are going to be chasing these, that are going to be eating these, and those fish are going to be big. There's lots of fish, but they're all mostly sea fish, and the people are very knowledgeable about sea fish here. I start asking about rivers, and I don't really get very much, and it's all a bit conflicting. So I think really what I've got to do, I've just got to go inland myself and see what I can find out there.
So I ask around and arrange a ride on a boat to take me upriver. The eastern coast of Nicaragua is a maze of lagoons and rivers, punctuated by just the occasional town or village. It's no wonder pirates took refuge here, and drug runners still operate throughout its hidden waterways. Several hours away from the edgy chaos of Bluefields, I arrive in the region where this unexplained death apparently occurred. I need to find someone who can corroborate this story I've heard and confirm I'm in the right area.
It's a lot of shrimps. I was just coming into the shore here. You can actually smell these on the air. It's an indication of how rich these waters are. You look at water and it sort of looks empty from the surface, but this water here is just stuffed with life. Yes, yeah.
As I ask around for information, I discover that shrimps aren't the only unexpected occupant of this riverside town.
Ah! Yeah, it's interesting. Lots of crabs they catch here. Now, I've seen freshwater crabs before, but crabs is what you normally associate with saltwater, and these look like saltwater crabs to me. I mean, these don't look like the kind of thing you'd find up a river. There's lots of them here in this bucket as well. I'll put it back.
My inquiries eventually produce a lead. I'm directed to a fisherman named Murphy.
I don't think I've met anybody with more injuries, more scars. He's been attacked by a grouper.
Here bited me Jonefish.
A Junefish?
Yeah.
He's been shot.
I got a gun bullet here.
Right.
Pass me here.
Oh, what's this?
This is machete.
Oh, just machete, yes.
When you...
He's also been bitten by a conger eel while diving. So bleeding, a lot of bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
Bitten by a snake. And the loss of a leg was actually sort of a fairly mundane thing. It was stepping on a nail and that just becoming infected and in the end becoming gangrenous, and there was no saving it. Had to take the leg off.
Murphy's quite a character and seems to have a tale to tell about almost everything. So it's no surprise that when I ask about the unexplained death I'm investigating, not only has he heard of it, but he knows where the incident took place.
What place did this happen? Whereabouts?
One pisamande. Right down there. Him like fishing them. And the man lost it. And then after 3 days, him find it and dead. Done dead.
So this man, when they find him, any bite, anything, any mark?
And the hair blue.
Yes.
And the hair blue too.
Right.
Hair too blue.
But no cut, no bite.
Blue colouring could be bruising, but after 3 days in the water under the tropical sun, a corpse can be in a pretty bad state.
What do you think happened to this man? Yeah.
Well, how your name? Sirena.
Sirena?
Sirena, they carry it then. The man having...
I'm not certain what Murphy's referring to, so I probe him for more details.
The man know only the guilty.
This was obviously quite a mystery. He said there's a sirena, there's a sort of fish spirit in the water. The fisherman was trying to fight the water spirit, the siren, and maybe this black mark on the back of his head was where the spirit actually hit him, and that was the moment when he died.
So the fisherman's tale that brought me to Nicaragua does have a real incident at its heart. But is there any truth in the description of how he died, beaten to death by a siren or water spirit? I travel a couple of miles downriver to where Murphy said the incident occurred, to see if there's a real creature living here that could have been responsible.
As far as I can establish, this pretty much is the scene of the crime. And I'm working on the possibility that maybe there was something in the water. If we're talking a large animal, that's
probably going to be predatory, so I'm using a lure that's going to trigger that predatory reflex. This line is actually super strong. It's about a 100-pound breaking strain, very heavy-duty reel. So if there's anything down here, large and predatory, this ought to bring it in.
This place here is actually a confluence, two rivers joining, and it's the kind of place it would make perfect sense for fishermen to come, because this is where the fish hang out, where the currents mix, so you get small fish feeding on the food that settles, and then you've got predators, something just hit that, waiting to feed on them. Yeah. Yeah, this is something on here. Oh, and it's really changing direction quickly. I can see it, I can see it. Try and swing it in. This is a jack, which is normally a fish that you'd associate with salt water. And even if you don't fish, that is not the kind of fish you'd expect to find inland. That's a lovely looking fish though. You got the deep forked tail for speed. Quite a surprise catch this, whoops. And I'm going to be very interested to see where the food chain goes up from this.
The presence of a sea creature like this jack some 10 miles inland is not the first surprise of my investigation.
I'm seeing a lot of unexpected creatures coming out of the water here. I've seen crabs. I know there are shrimps. I've seen jacks, the kind of creatures you'd normally expect in the open sea, which is quite a long way over there. But this land is quite low-lying, and sometimes the effects of the tides can come quite a long way inland. So I'm wondering, really, if this water here is fully fresh.
I keep a little digital reader with me to accurately measure salt content.
So 488 actually times 10, so that's nearly 5,000 parts per million. That is what we'd call brackish. Anything between 0 and 1,000 is freshwater. Pure seawater is up at 37,000. So this is nowhere near seawater, but there's a bit of salt in here, which actually opens things up quite a bit, because I was thinking river creatures, but it's quite possible, along with the jacks, and the crabs and the shrimps, there could be something else coming in from the sea.
I've dealt with sea creatures that have come upriver before.
Bloody hell!
They've included some of my longest and most grueling battles.
Whoa!
As I fish into the night, experimenting with different baits, I'm aware I could be in for another epic encounter. The creature I'm after has apparently killed before. And out here in the dark, I'm in unfamiliar territory. Armed drug runners use these remote rivers to smuggle their cargo. I can't afford to let my guard down.
Something?
Oh, yeah, that is something. Wait a minute, it's just...
Turn the light. Light. Light.
That was it. It's gone now, isn't it?
Something huge jumped out of the water behind me.
Something definitely took this. The bait's looking quite unmarked, though. There's a little mark there. Maybe a single tooth, I don't know. So the line was moving out. I closed the reel and never felt any weight on the end. But when I did that, there was quite a large splash behind me. So I took the bait under the boat and then just came up in 20 foot of water, jumped. Yeah, and that would be why I didn't feel anything.
I cast back into the water, hoping for a second chance. Whatever took my bait had to be a large predator, but now it knows I'm here.
So no more activity. I did have that one take, which I
think it's enough to tell me that there's something down there. The next morning, I'm keen to find out what might have caused that splash. I see some fishermen hauling in a gill net, so I join them to find out what they're catching.
Just helping these guys pull their net in. Basically the technique here, as you can see, there's weights on one cord, floats on the other, so it's like a curtain hanging down from the surface. But it's been out along, oh, here we go. Hey. Ah, that's a Spanish mackerel. Very toothy, predatory fish. This is very much a sea fish. What's interesting, though, is this is a good-sized fish. If this is what they consider a small fish around here, I'm wondering what the big ones look like. There's another fish there. That looks a bit catfish-like. Does this, what name is this? Is it just catfish or any other name? Just catfish?
I've caught catfish in other countries capable of swallowing a man whole, but they're generally bottom feeders and definitely not known for leaping out of the water.
And that's a shark. That is a shark. I think that is a juvenile bull shark. Do you get many of these here?
Before we used to catch them a lot, but now today there are a few.
So not so many now. When was the last time you saw one, do you think?
A long time ago I did see them.
Sharks in the water can mean man-eaters. But in this instance, it's not so clear-cut.
Well, this is a bit of a turn up for the books. Normally, I'd say we have a real contender here, but the interesting thing about this case, the fisherman who disappeared and then they found him 3 days later, there were no marks on the body. So these guys leave a very, very clear signature, but that wasn't present in this case. So I think not this time.
I visit a town near the crime scene to see if I can get closer to the real story behind this unexplained death.
This way here?
On asking around, my inquiries reveal that this is where the man lived, and I'm soon directed to his family home.
Hello. Hello, Mrs. Verma. Hello, nice to meet you. Are you the mother of the man who... The mother, yes. What was the name of the man?
Felipe Martinez.
How long ago this happened, the accident? So six months back, yeah? So the man was called Felipe. And this happened just 6 months ago. She says something in the water took him, a type of mermaid, siren-type creature. So, Nero, this mermaid, this siren, what do people say that it looks like? They have no conception of what this creature might look like. All she really knows with certainty is that they are here. He is gone.
Again, a supernatural spirit is blamed for this death. But there's a man here who has some details of what happened that night, because his friend was fishing with Felipe.
A friend says that he's only hear a noise.
What kind of noise?
Or like somebody jump over the water.
So he had a big splash?
Yeah.
A new bit of information here. The other man who was fishing, I'd heard that he was calling and there was no response. But before then, apparently there was a big splash. There was a splash in the water.
Something doesn't add up. On a calm, windless night, why would he simply fall from his boat? And why wasn't there a cry for help? It's as though Felipe was knocked unconscious before he had any chance to shout. But what in this water is powerful enough to do that? And could it be linked to the leaping creature that got away from me last night? I head back out, determined to track this beast down.
This is good, this is good. Hey, oh. Right, I've just seen something. I've just seen something moving left to right. No, I can see the bait now. No marks that I can see on that. I'm gonna get it out there again. Something moved.
But it all goes quiet. Despite a few more glimpses in a few different locations, nothing bites. It seems this predator knows I'm here and is steering clear.
I'm just chasing around and it's not working. It's the engine noise, something like that, but one way or another it's not working. It's not going to be totally straightforward. I'm going to have to really, I don't know, come up with something else.
So I head back to the riverside villages to see if the local fishermen can give me a better idea of what giants are in here.
Oh. That's a big old fish, whatever that came off. A lot of vultures sitting here when we came in.
The last fish scale I encountered of this size was from an arapaima. One of these giants was responsible for one of my worst injuries. Doctors worried that my heart had been permanently damaged. But arapaima are not found this far north. So I ask around to see if I can find out what kind of fish this scale came from.
Oh, is this one around here? Somebody's caught a big fish, and there might be some bits of it left. Possibly the head, so I'm told.
Am I about to meet the killer responsible for this unexplained death?
Right. Oh. It's a bit grisly. If I'm not mistaken, that is a tarpon. I'd say that's a big tarpon.
Well, this was a fish boat. Calculate 200 pounds.
200 pounds. So this big here?
Yeah.
Right.
To find tarpon this far inland is surprising, but not unheard of, especially when you consider that the water here is brackish. They are normally found around the coast, and that is where I had my only previous encounter with one. When I was fishing for bull sharks in Florida. Hey! That one got away. But this tendency to jump could explain what I heard that night. And could this be what happened to Felipe? Was he hit by one? Tarpon aren't considered killer fish. They don't have big teeth, spines, or electricity. But they do have huge size and incredible speed. They can swim at up to 25 miles per hour.
Just get a sense of the solidity of that head. It's just a solid lump of hard bone, muscle, and that with 100, 150 pounds of force coming behind it. Well, you're going to feel it.
In Florida, tarpon are known to occasionally damage boats and injure fishermen trying to bring them in. But I'm not aware of any reliable documented case of a tarpon killing anyone. So are the tarpon here more dangerous, perhaps bigger or more aggressive? I need to find other fishermen who have encountered these fish to see what they think. It doesn't take me long to come across a witness to another brutal attack.
Yeah, me and Joel went catching shrimps in the night. Well, he jumped fan out the water and hit him with the bill across here.
This tarpon comes out of the water, the head hit the face. So was he then? No, he's standing in the boat?
No, he's sitting down this kind of way.
Yeah.
Spanish, you know. Any party hit you, damage you then, you're gonna kill you, man. This fish grew big, you know. This fish grew up to 500 pounds, 600 pounds. The fish grew where you can't hold him with no kind of rod line, man.
So on a line, even strong line,
You can't hold him, man.
he's saying 500-600 pounds. I mean, that's seriously large. I mean, I'd be amazed if they do really grow that big, but I mean, who knows?
500 pounds is double the size of the biggest tarpon ever caught in Florida. But the stories keep coming.
Daham and another man, they went fishing.
And each one reinforces their deadly potential.
But when he put his paddle in the water, he touched a fish.
They seem to jump at the slightest provocation.
He said if his friend wasn't with him that day, he probably would have died.
And when hooked, they put up a violent fight.
They just told me about someone had his head split open, he's got a scar across his forehead.
To feed this skull.
But if your friend hadn't been there, what?
I would be a dead man.
You think?
Time he get manish.
They said this fish, manish, crazy. This is a crazy fish. This is a dangerous fish.
Tarpon are well-documented game fish, but these violent testimonies are unlike any I've heard before. I need to catch one for myself to see if these Nicaraguan fish are somehow different. So I approach some fishermen I spot out on the river to find out how best to tackle this beast.
Hello. Did anybody catch tarpon?
He tells me that although they occasionally hook tarpon, they don't target the fish as they are too dangerous to bring in. But apparently there's one man who does fish for them.
The white boy gets tarpon, plenty tarpon.
White boy?
White boy, yeah.
Right, that's interesting. Who catches tarpon? He says that there's somebody comes from outside, a white guy. He catches them. Not mosquito man, but...
Mosquito man, white boy.
Sounds like he knows something I don't, so that's something I need to talk to if I can find him.
Apparently this fisherman has a camp way upstream. But a storm is closing in, so we speed through the rain to outrun it. We're miles from civilization, and I've no idea who I'm about to meet. But he may hold the secret to catching this elusive monster fish. With the rain over, we finally reach a remote campsite on the riverbank. There, I discover a German angler named Daniel Goes. Like me, he's dedicated his life to catching river monsters.
I came here like more than 10 years ago and looking for good fishing spots.
Eventually he found some giants that no one knew about. Massive, elusive tarpon.
To better understand the tarpon took me quite a while. It took me many years, actually.
But catching them required a radical new method.
And over the years, we changed the approach totally, and we brought float tubes.
Right.
And it's just one huge air bladder. I'm sitting in it, have my feet dangling in the water, and the fish do not recognize me.
My boat's engine was disturbing the fish, but Daniel's raft allows him to sneak up low in the water, silent and undetected. My rubber lure was also the wrong choice.
Tarpon, even though it grows very big, has this habit to eat very small prey. You can present a fly or a streamer that is fairly small, and fly fishing is just the perfect approach to do so.
Fly fishing from what looks like a swimming pool raft might be his proven way to hook a tarpon. But without a sturdy boat around me, I'm an open target.
But when it actually takes your fly...
It's gonna go crazy and gonna go totally berserk after the hookup. There's absolutely no way to control it. The head is like concrete, basically. So you don't want to get hit by a tarpon that is jumping towards you or is totally green. That would be definitely dangerous.
It sounds like these tarpon might be bigger and badder than their Floridian counterparts. But now, it's time to find out if what I'm hearing is true. I have some experience fly fishing, but I'm no expert.
Right.
and doing it from a raft is going to be like learning my craft over again.
It actually feels quite nice. I've fished in very small wooden boats before, but it's the first time I've had my feet dangling out the bottom. Is there going to be anything down there that might grab my feet?
These foot-propelled rafts are more commonly used for catching fish that weigh just a few pounds. No one dares to catch tarpon this way, except Daniel Goes. And now, me.
Sit up. Get myself aligned. Oh, roll, isn't it, first? Oh, yeah.
But before I can give it a go, I have to perfect the basics.
Let's try that again.
In just a few days, I'm going to try to master what Daniel has spent 10 years perfecting.
No.
And I've a lot to learn before I'm ready to face a giant.
Generally, in fly casting, if it's hard work, you're doing it wrong. It's all about economy, it's all about timing. Getting the hang of navigating and casting at the same time. Oh, against the stop, that's the first time.
Over the next few days, Daniel and I spend hours out on the water, honing my technique. After nightfall, when the remote rivers are too dangerous to fish, Daniel and I prepare our fishing gear for the next day and discuss tactics. And piece by piece, it starts to come together. Finally, Daniel thinks I'm ready to go into battle.
I have to admit I'm feeling somewhat daunted at the prospect of being attached to this fish. I actually have to set the hook using my hand. The rod doesn't have enough power. And then when it takes off, I'm actually hanging onto that line as well to provide resistance. That's why I need a second layer of skin.
Away from camp, I put everything I've learnt into practice. And it pays off.
Yeah. We have a tarpon. First one. It's sort of what I wanted. It's one that isn't too huge. Coming up.
I've heard that tarpon can react violently when hooked, but this fish is jumping higher and fighting harder than I expected.
Strong fish.
And it's only a small one.
The fish wants to go deep, so I'm actually swimming with the fins, trying to actually pull it up. It looks like it's tiring. Whoa! First tarpon, and on a fly. Silvery, it's like metallic, this thing, just bright silver. And no teeth in the mouth as such. Well, there are, but they're not very big. That's why I'm not wearing a glove. But they open that mouth, and it is literally, there's a huge suction. Lovely, lovely fish. Got it in as well. Whoops! It's nice and strong, which is good. The thought of one of these my weight, good heavens. Right, I better get this one back. There we go. I'm just going to take it along, getting the water through its gills. That feels good. Caught a tarpon. In this, on a fly, but that's a small one. The target now is one a lot bigger. That was about 20 pounds, maybe 10 times that weight, something like the size of me. They're in here, that's what I want now.
Daniel takes me to a secret location, which he believes holds the giants I'm after. But he warns me that my technique will have to be perfect. Because in this place, there's no room for error.
We're going fishing in a creek now. This is really, really close quarters. I mean, it's very narrow. Maybe 6, 8, 10 feet deep. But apparently there's very big fish in here.
With so little space in this creek, if I do hook into a tarpon and it jumps, there's a good chance I could be hit.
So it's a very calm and tranquil scene now, but it could potentially get very explosive very soon.
And then, the moment I've been waiting for. I've finally hooked into a monster. I believe these tarpon are potentially the biggest and most dangerous of their kind. And this one is proving me right.
Smash my knuckles.
This secret location is only known by my guide, Daniel. So if I'm hit by this living missile, then I'll be in serious trouble. The battle enters a new phase of close combat, but it's still far from over.
This is physical. Big fish on a strong line, but it's just very tiring with the feet as well. Big tail.
Using all my strength, I'm trying to tire it out so I can start to bring it closer. This giant fish seems to be taking the upper hand. It's swimming circles around me while I get more exhausted.
This is a long, protracted struggle for me and the fish. We're both having to fin and just getting more and more exhausted.
A grueling hour passes. I'm struggling to maneuver quickly enough to defeat its tactics. And this fish shows no sign of throwing in the towel. Then, at last, I begin to take the upper hand. When fly fishing like this, you have to grab the last few feet of line to take control of the fish, or the rod will snap. But if I thought this fish's fight was over, I was wrong.
Line round my fingers here.
This fish must be well over 100 pounds. And I finally have it on the ropes, ready to submit.
Okay, it's got a light hook hold. So if we get the hook out. Oh! Not quite, not quite, not quite, not quite. So close. Had my hands in its mouth, and it just spun. I did everything right up until the last moment, but that just isn't. That's not good enough. 1 second, 2 seconds, just not good enough.
I'm exhausted. I can do no more but head back to camp. Though I've lost this one, I've come too far to give up now. As night falls, Daniel and I run through what happened.
And go for that lower jaw and really lock onto it. And
I thought I had the better of the fish, but just as I had my hands in its mouth, it turned the tables.
Yeah.
But Daniel's already moved on to the next battle.
Once you go for the tarpon and try to grab it by the lower jaw, you have to be absolutely committed.
He knows that I've got to be mentally prepared.
But just hold on, no matter what, and then you're gonna be fine and remove.
I just hope I'm physically strong enough to challenge for a rematch. But I didn't anticipate the weather intervening in this fight.
Normally these tropical downpours just last a short time. They're very violent and then they finish. This has just been going on and on. If anything, the intensity is cranking up, and that's not looking good at all. I'm trying to stay positive. I'm trying to hope that it's going to clear up. The thing is, I was just really psyched up. I felt prepared mentally and physically, and then suddenly the heavens open and there's just no way to go out in this. And what I'm hoping is that when this stops, there will still be enough daylight to get out there.
Finally, the rain stops. But I have just an hour or two left before it gets dark. So I'm back out there, fishing another spot that Daniel believes is a tarpon hunting ground. I just hope I'm lucky to land a fish before nightfall. These remote waters are highways for drug smugglers. This is no place to be in a raft after dark.
Ooh, one of the best yet.
But time is not on my side. I keep casting, but nothing takes, and darkness is closing in.
Oh, yes.
I can barely believe my eyes. A school of tarpon is on the hunt, chasing mullet out of the water.
Ah, that's a feeding fish, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm hoping to glide into casting range without being noticed.
something, I think. Yeah. Oh, it might be off. No, still there. Gosh, the line is going in the water nowhere near the fish.
The fish I've hooked is running at phenomenal speed back and forth across the river. And it looks like it's taken my line around a branch. It's getting difficult to see. If I can't free the line quickly, I'll lose this fish.
Oh, there's all sorts of stuff here. Okay, I need to get myself through there. I've got to get underneath this branch. Oh, I'm stuck. Stuck. I'm stuck on the branch. That's it. Yeah.
My hook hold must be good, as the fish is still on, but I can barely see in the fading light.
Large fish on here. Very large. Maybe 150 pounds plus.
This fish is bigger than the one that got away, so I'm going to take every precaution. With my last ounce of energy, I heave it in close, and then, only once it's fully in my control, do I take the hook out.
Right. Two of us can hardly lift this thing out of the water, but this thing on the end of my line just flung itself several feet clear, 2, 3, 4 times. I just lost count.
To catch such a large tarpon this far upriver is rare, and the violence of their fight is unlike anything I've experienced. When you think that the locals are fishing these same enclosed creeks, at night and in tiny dugouts that put them directly in the path of this killer torpedo, it's no wonder these tarpon are taking people out. In some cases, like Felipe, before they have time to scream for help.
And it just has to be the fish that's responsible for those stories, knocking people unconscious, and then it sounds like also knocking them out of their boat so they're never seen again. This thing, the weight of me flying through the air, you know, if that connects with you, I mean, that could be it. But just what an amazing fish. A real river monster.
My name is Jeremy Wade, angler, biologist, and freshwater detective. I've travelled the world to uncover the river monsters behind mysterious and bloody attacks. But for every case I solve, another floats to the surface. On the Canadian border, I've heard of a vast and brooding lake that hides a dark history. For Native Americans, it is an ancient and sacred site. But recently, something has risen up from its murky depths to attack swimmers.
They're extremely fast, extremely aggressive, they're very difficult to kill, and they want your blood.
What's behind this nightmarish invasion of primordial bloodsuckers? I'm embarking on a punishing mission to battle the most ancient river monster I've ever encountered and reveal the true identity of the vampires of the deep. The myth of the vampire has a terrifying grip on our imagination. Ancient, undying, and forever feeding on the blood of its human victims. I thought Latin America was home to the only real vertebrate to drink human blood, the vampire bat. Until I discovered an equally bloodthirsty catfish with very nasty habits living there too, the candiru.
This fish is just leaking blood. It's not this fish's blood, it's something it's been feeding on. It is just an absolute nightmare vampire fish, this thing.
Now I'm hearing that there might be another aquatic vampire attacking humans. A lot bigger and a lot more bloodthirsty than the kangaroo. This time not in South America, but in North, on a vast body of water straddling the border between the US and Canada, Lake Champlain, where a vampiric creature is said to be targeting swimmers. One story tells of a man who attempted to swim the 6 miles across the lake. In the middle, something seized onto his leg. He kept sinking as he struggled to get free. When he finally got away, he was left with a strange circular mark, said to be the bite of a bloodsucker. I've come to the lake to find out if these attack stories are actually true.
Just a couple of hours in the air can tell you so much more than several days at ground level. Flying really reveals the lie of the land, or in this case, the lie of the water.
I've already heard reports of giant pike and 10-foot sturgeon, but the best way for me to identify a perpetrator is to get a line in the water. The question is, where do I start? This vast lake is 125 miles long and in places plunges to 400 foot deep.
During the last ice age, this was actually an inlet of the Atlantic Ocean, and all manner of creatures were free to come and go. Seals, walrus, even whales, and who knows what else.
Native Americans have fished this murky lake from the last ice age right up to the present day. For a tribe called the Abenaki, or People of the Dawn, it is sacred, home to powerful underwater spirits. Tradition demands they make offerings of tobacco smoke to placate the spirits before setting out on the lake's often treacherous waters. When Europeans arrived, the Abenaki way of life changed beyond recognition, but some of their fishing expertise has survived. Roger Longtoe Sheehan, chief of the Elnu band, shows me tools that have helped them catch fish from the lake for centuries.
These look like some kinds of fishing implements. What exactly are they?
A gouge, which is made of bone. You put your bait over the top of it, fish would swallow it, and when you yank it up, it gets caught inside of them, and you pull them up.
Sort of a forerunner of a hook, in fact, just a simpler version of that.
You have bonefish hooks, which are real common here in the Northeast. They're not as strong as the gouge because they can crack away here. So here you have bone fishing spears made out of moose bone, again wrapped with cordage and then covered with the spruce tar to make it waterproof.
Today, few Abenaki use traditional tackle, but they do still rely on traditional knowledge handed down over millennia. Knowledge I hope will help me close in on the mystery bloodsucker.
I'm looking at this body of water here, and I'm thinking you'd be waiting a long time until you get some kind of target.
Except for when you know where they are, like when they're spawning into the rivers, in which case we have many accounts of, the fish being so thick that people say you can almost walk on them.
So although this is a big body of water and the fish at the moment are pretty spread out, but if you know the times and the places, you can go to where there's a very rich food source.
Yes.
The Abenaki people discovered a very long time ago that at certain times of the year, certain of the creatures, in fact, come very, very close to the edge of the lake, even enter some of the rivers and streams that feed it. And the reason they do this is to breed. And it turns out that I'm actually here at about the right time. So it's now a case of pinpointing those places. Some of the lake's bedrock is around 1 billion years old. There's something very eerie and ancient about this place. Roger's told me that some of the predatory fish here are incredibly ancient too. One, which some Native Americans call the chowsaroo, occasionally gathers in the shallows to breed. It's going to be a challenge to get their attention.
Fish on.
What I thought was a bite was in fact the hook catching on this tough creature's armour.
Not reacting at all. I'm trying to remember the last time I fished with so many fish visible in front of me, but the lack of interest is really frustrating. But occasionally, if you just get the lure in their face, it just tempts this reflex. Yeah, oh yeah, that's one hooked, that's one hooked. I'm just hoping that hook stays attached.
The fish some Native Americans called the chowsaroo, I know by a different name.
This is a long-nosed gar. Very, very ancient fish. That armour plating was probably protecting it against pterodactyls back in the day. And those teeth, very, very spiky and sharp.
The Abenaki use the gar's teeth to carve tattoos, so these fangs can certainly draw blood. But I can't see how this elongated snout could create the circular bite described by the swimmer. If I'm to find the culprit, I need to scout out more potential breeding sites along the lake's shore. The lake sits between two mountain ranges, which act as a wind tunnel. Gusts of 60 miles an hour have been known to whip calm water into 7-foot swells. I'm grateful my hunt is confined to the margins for now.
We're actually right in the shallows, a couple of feet deep, if that. Conditions are not ideal, but at least that is making it harder for the fish to see us, potentially. So we're just nosing around very slowly to see if we can see any movement in the water. The thing about fish is, even in shallow, clear water, it's amazing how they can hide.
Can a carefully placed lure entice a predator with a taste for blood out of hiding?
Hey, here we go. It's in the weeds. Oh, yeah. Oh, hey. Whoa, this is a bowfin. That was just a black shape with a horizontal white line. This is a toothy animal here, but also very colourful, amazingly colourful.
It's believed this vivid green is designed to attract females in the mating season.
I'm holding it with this grip because even with these gloves, those teeth might go through. Quite a similarity with snakehead in a way, the head, the teeth, that eye spot on the tail.
Bowfin are a relative of the gar and the only survivors of an ancient family of fish that evolved around 100 million years ago. This lake really does feel like a sanctuary for some of the oldest fish on the planet. Their swim bladder can act as a lung, letting them survive out of water for several hours, and their impressive jaws can close like a vice, easily drawing blood. But nothing in this reveals the perpetrator I'm looking for. These are not the jaws of a bloodsucker. In fact, it looks like this fish might have been on the receiving end of an attack.
If I just have the fish slightly supported, actually just behind this pectoral fin, there's this red circular mark. And something's had a go, done something to this fish. Attached to it, rasped it, which ties in with some of the stories I've been hearing.
Is the mystery vampire leaving the same circular wound on humans and fish?
Amazing that even a fish as tough and aggressive as a bowfin
is not immune.
It makes me think that the bloodsucker I'm after is even more aggressive and powerful. But where is it lurking? Large predators sometimes wait in ambush on the edge of fast-flowing water. It's time to hunt out the places where the currents are strong.
What we tend to think of as an enclosed body of water is in fact a lot more complex than that. There's actually a couple of hundred of these waterways feeding the lake, and from up here they're almost like watery tentacles reaching their way inland.
More than 8,000 square miles of surrounding forest and mountains drain into these rivers and streams, making their flows highly volatile. On the western shore, I've found a river that has deep, churning water and plenty of eddies for toothy predators to stalk. I've scaled up my lure from one that looks like a bug to one that looks like a fish to attract larger hunters. The predators here don't hang around.
Something looks a bit carp-like on the end there. Right, so that's what that took. That's interesting. Sucker-like mouth. About the same size as the wound on the fish, but it's rubbery.
It has no teeth, so I can't see how this fish could create that red wound on the bowfin with suction alone.
This is called a red horse sucker, so the red is very obvious, the sucking mouth is very obvious. And it's actually gone. It's gone back into the river. Well, that fish, to me, looked like a herbivore, a vegetarian. That toothless, sucking mouth. So what was it doing going after something that very clearly was mimicking a fast-moving live fish about 6 inches long? There's definitely some stuff going on in this river that I'm struggling to understand.
In my travels, I did once come across vegetarian fish turning into carnivores, the Amazonian pacu. When it was translocated halfway around the world to Papua New Guinea, it stripped the rivers of vegetation and turned into a voracious meat-eater, terrorizing local fishermen. I wonder if the balance in Lake Champlain is out of kilter too, enough to change a fish's behavior so it attacks other fish and humans. I've no way of knowing until I catch it, so I have to keep knocking suspects off the list. A flood control dam presents migrating fish with a problem, and me with another opportunity, if it weren't for the changing weather.
This wind actually coming under the bridge here is really making bait presentation difficult. A lighter fly is just getting blown back. I want to get it right at the bottom of that waterfall there, so I'm putting on the very heavy metal head. And what I want to do is flick that right where the fish are packing and see if anything's actually interested in taking a little snack before the ascent.
Oh, I'm getting some interest, but from what, I'm not entirely sure.
This is a strong fish. Okay, it's fairly light tackle, but I shouldn't be surprised that it's strong because this has been swimming against basically a rapid there.
This is not what I expected at all.
Oh, yes. That's a lovely fish. That's a carp. And behaving, though, almost like a salmon. This fish was running up rapids. but caught on a fly. A very light tackle, this fast water, that's very unusual fishing. Thing is though, carp shouldn't be here. They're not native to North America. So that makes me think, well, what else could be in these waters that is not exactly expected?
More than 80 species of fish are known to live in the lake. The sheer number makes my quest for the vampire of the deep far from simple. Heading into the deep water where the attack on the swimmer took place seems like an obvious next step. But it's going to be a lot harder to hunt down contenders out here. I've got to step things up again.
I've now got 3 lures out now, 2 flashy silver spoons arranged on this downrigger outfit here, so an 8-pound lump of lead, the line clipped to that, and then the lure following about sort of 30, 40 feet behind. And then I've got a surface lure out from this outrigger here. So we're going along about 2 miles an hour, and it's really a waiting game now, waiting for one of these rods to move.
I've no idea where the predator might be hiding, so this spread of lines lets me fish both the warm surface layer as well as the cold, dark depths.
Fish on! Here we go. There it is. There we go. Toothy predator, lovely patterning on it. And that is a lake trout. Now, people think of, brown trout and rainbow trout fish in shallow waters, but this is a deep water species. It's actually very cold to the touch. This is my first one of these, and it's just a lovely, very nicely marked fish. Hey, what's going on there?
This fish is marked in more ways than one. It appears to be another victim of the mystery attacker.
Something's had a go at it.
It looks just like the mark I saw on the bowfin, and in the same place. I've got to get my bait back in the water to find out just how widespread these attacks are.
This has also got something behind the pectoral fin.
And what I find is victim after victim.
Just by my little finger here, there's a mark.
It looks like these hunters have become the hunted.
There's 4 of these fish I caught today, and they've all got these strange marks on them. So that's a 100% record. Whatever it is has been hitting these fish. The thing is, the only thing I know that leaves marks like that is giant squid on things like sperm whales. But where does that leave me on a freshwater lake?
Although it was once connected to the open ocean, the idea of giant squid here now, I'm not convinced. So what else could account for these distinct wounds? I still don't know. But one thing I'm now sure of is that whatever's behind the attacks on fish must be responsible for the attacks on humans too. And finally, I have an opportunity to find out the truth. I've heard of a long-distance swimmer named Christopher Swain, who's got an attack story to tell. He takes me back to the place where he came face to face with a primitive creature from the deep.
Can you take me through exactly what happened?
I was in the midst of a 129-mile swim of the entire length of the lake. Most of the days were relatively uneventful. It's the same old thing. That day, I'd been swimming for 2 or 3 hours already. The very first thing felt a lot like when your mobile phone's in your pocket and it vibrates. And the next thing I thought was that I'd caught on something. Sometimes it's a plant.
But what plant could catch him in 100 foot of water?
So I reached down to brush whatever it was on my leg off. And I touched a living thing that was attached to me. There was something thicker than my wrist around that was moving like this. That I just had a bit of a freak out. Because the next image that I saw when I put my goggles in was snake-like. I made another try to grab it, and it slimed right out of my hand.
So this thing that's on your leg, it's writhing around, what was it?
It turned out to be about 3.5, 4 foot long sea lamprey.
Sea lampreys are survivors from the depths of time. Like aquatic vampires, the adults are blood parasites that attach to other fish to feed when in the ocean, but they head into freshwater to spawn. Their mouths are made up of a powerful suction disc lined with rows of needle-sharp teeth. In the center lies the ultimate weapon, a piston-like tongue tipped with rasping plates, which bores its way into its host. Once attached, it may feed for hours, days, or even weeks, growing fat on its prey's blood.
I ended up pulling it off, and the first time I pull it off, it shot back on. They don't want to be removed. So I got a hold of the thing finally, and I managed to throw it. So I remember seeing it like in the air, like a snake flailing around and fall.
This thing, it somehow just short-circuited your rational response in a way?
You know, I've been caught in lightning storms, I've swum through nuclear waste, I've been run over by boats. This is the thing that got to me the most. They're extremely fast, extremely aggressive, they're very hard to fight, they're very difficult to kill, and they want your blood and nutrients.
It turns out I'm after a formidable and unhookable aquatic vampire. So how do I possibly catch one? Sea lampreys usually attach to larger fish in the ocean to feed, but recently it seems they've begun to attack swimmers too, who've dared to venture into the lake's deeper waters. But what exactly are they, and why are they attacking humans? I'm hoping one woman has the answers. Dr. Ellen Marsden has become a specialist in these resilient bloodsuckers, which are commonly confused with eels. But this is by far the most ancient river monster I've ever attempted to catch. Seeing eel and lamprey side by side, the difference starts to become clear.
This is a true vertebrate. This is a protovertebrate. It's just in the process of becoming a vertebrate. It doesn't have a bony backbone. It has no bones in the body at all. It's so primitive, it doesn't even have a true jaw. It has no lower mandible. It can't bite, whereas an eel has a true jaw and can actually bite into something. So it's a fish, but it's the very beginning of the fish lineage.
Around 300 million years of evolution separate these two animals. In fact, we have more in common with the eel than the eel does with the lamprey.
So the predation is all about this structure on the front, is it?
Right. And it's rather deceptive because you think, wow, all those teeth. They are teeth, but not in the way we think of them. They're not to bite. These are just grippers. It's like having gripper gloves to be able to grab something that's slimy. The thing that does the damage is actually down here in the mouth itself. So it has a tongue, much like the eel has a tongue, and on that tongue are chisel-like teeth. So this tongue is acting like a piston. It's going to come out, and actually it rasps a hole in a fish. And again, it can't bite, so having rasped a hole into the fish, it's then going to use suction to suck body fluids, blood, and other material out of that hole that it's just made.
I've been catching fish on the lake here, and they are showing these very characteristic wounds. I've never come across that anywhere else. So what exactly is going on here?
What's going on is we have an imbalance between the number of lamprey and the number of fish they're trying to feed on.
It's believed that man-made canals connecting the lake to the ocean opened the floodgates to the lamprey. The environment they found was perfect, so they stopped returning to the sea. As their numbers climbed, so did the attacks on fish, and then swimmers. I've heard story after story, yet so far the lamprey has managed to elude me. So Dr. Marsden has put me in touch with a team from US Fish and Wildlife to see if we can catch one in the wild.
The thing about a jawless fish is that I can't catch that in the normal way with a piece of bait on the end of a line, so I'm having to go about things a slightly different way.
Instead of rods and lines, we're using up to 700 volts to temporarily stun the fish. Once transferred to a live well, the fish soon recover, and we'll be able to check whether they've brought any passengers with them.
That's pike. Big pike. Well, the actual thing I'm after has eluded us, but there is quite a variety here of the lake's fish species. So there's quite a potential buffet here for any parasite with a taste for fish. As we release the fish, we're just going to give them a quick once-over and see if the lampreys have left their calling card.
Poor sucker doesn't appear to have any wounds.
That's sort of general wear and tear. I mean, you're looking for something that's specifically sort of disc-shaped.
Yes,
Yeah?
absolutely.
Right. This might be a bit of a handful. Yeah.
Surprisingly, the first victim is one of the lake's top hunters.
So that's pike.
This.
Oh.
It definitely, you can still see some muscle tissue.
So we've got a pike here. Pike is well known as a predator.
I can see how a young pike might be unlucky enough to fall victim. But I'm surprised by what we find on a 20-pound adult.
Right. And there's a mark here, just behind the pectoral fin. Possibly a lamprey's had a go at this. Oh yeah, that's gone nicely. So pike, I mean, they're a large, fast predator, and it looks like lampreys are not even afraid to take them on.
The evidence of lamprey attacks is all around me, but frustratingly I still haven't found, let alone got my hands on, a live one. Then the team tell me of a river where lampreys head upstream in their thousands to spawn, where they are intercepted by a fish trap like no other. I'm going there to meet fish biologist Brad Young.
This dam was constructed specifically for the purpose of blocking sea lamprey adults as they try to spawn. It's about 9 miles upstream from the lake. So they've been able to swim up on their own from here. They can swim about 3 feet per second and go over rapids without any problem. So as they're migrating upstream to find places to build nests and reproduce, we intercept them in this trap, and the sea lamprey are taken out and destroyed on site.
Usually the river monsters I hunt are elusive creatures that are often revered or even protected. But it's a different story here. Culling has started to reduce the number of attacks, and the trap may be my only chance to get my hands on this primeval predator. But that means descending into a cramped concrete cell in the middle of the dam. A cell that could be harboring hundreds of blood-sucking lampreys.
Oh! Ah! I think I just trod on something. Oh, there's a lot around the intake. A lot around there. Ah! I can just feel it's soft. Ah.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. I've just got a knot of lampreys in here, and it's quite a sight. There's something about anything snake-like. It just produces that sort of instinctive, squirmy reaction. I really don't know if I want to handle these. Right, here we go. Oh, look, there's one attached to another one there. That's wriggling. Right, okay. There. Oh, right, okay. Do we put them in the other net there?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Ah. Look at this, look at this. Ah! That is a very, very strange sensation. Very strange, and it's looking me right in the eye. Ah, that's a good way to calm them down. But I now need to get it off and get it in the. Oh, look at that! It's actually. Oh, I've been bitten by fish before, but I mean that was pretty creepy. Ah, there's one. Something just went through my legs.
Using their mucus coating and boneless flexibility, these primitive bloodsuckers find it easy to outmaneuver me.
Right, that's a pretty good haul. That's me catching the lamprey. The next stage, which I'm not particularly looking forward to, is them catching me.
I've waded through their writhing bodies in a trap built to eradicate them. Now I'm going face to face, fang to vein, with a real living vampire.
And that's a strange feeling. That's a very strange feeling. There's suction, but there's something sharp going on as well. Ah, it's really getting stuck in there. Oh. The thing is, if you get these things attached, you're actually going to want to get them off. If you're swimming, you're needing your limbs to keep you afloat, to keep you moving. So what are you going to do? You've got these creatures attaching to you. Do I carry on swimming with maybe more and more attaching, or do I stop swimming, try and get these things off? Ah, easier said than done. Come on. That is hard to get off. That is hard. That is hard to get off. I don't know if there's a mark there or not. Hopefully there's not a big red hole. That feels a bit sore. I mean, these things are like aquatic vampires. I don't think that's an experience I want to repeat. Yeah. I think I've seen and felt enough.
But netting a lamprey in someone else's trap is not my idea of catching a river monster. I need to face up to this creature my way. To do that, I have to travel 2,500 miles to the Pacific Northwest, where I've heard that lampreys are caught using a traditional but dangerous technique.
This is the Pacific, and there's another species of lamprey that lives here. I've heard that it's bigger than the ones I've seen so far. It's also toothier. The scientific name means three-fanged lamprey. And they're found all the way from Mexico right up to Alaska, all the way around the Pacific Rim to Russia and Japan. But right now, it's breeding season, and they're coming into the rivers.
So that's where I'm heading. The Columbia River acts as a highway for salmon, sturgeon and lampreys as they head hundreds of miles inland to spawn. As we follow their migratory path, I can't resist dropping a line in to see for myself what kind of fish Pacific lamprey might feed on. I cast out 2 lures, each one anchored in a likely spot, fluttering enticingly in the current. Most of the movement of the rod tip is caused by the water. I'm waiting for a more definite sign.
Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Oh, that's going. This is a large fish. It's really making the rod tip bang just then. We're drifting down, aren't we? Good. We've actually cast off because this is a good sized fish, and rather than actually try and bring it up against this current, we're moving down to the fish. Right, getting close to the fish now. Oh yeah. We've come into the side because I don't want to put a tired fish back into the powerful current. I want to give it a chance to recover in the quieter water here at the side. This is a male Chinook salmon. Chinook are actually one of the tribes living around the Columbia River. And when you look at this fish, I mean, you can fully understand why this is such an important food source traditionally for the native people here. And these are fish that don't just come up in their ones and twos, they come up in their thousands up the river to spawn. But what it also does after breeding, it dies, so creatures like this are bringing in tons of nutrient from the sea. But I think the important thing now is to let it continue its journey upriver.
All the migratory fish heading up the Columbia and its tributaries have to contend with powerful currents as they journey sometimes hundreds of miles inland. But that's not the only challenge they have to overcome. Many obstacles stand in their way. The first is the Bonneville Dam. Constructed in the 1930s to generate electricity from the Columbia's powerful flow, more than 500,000 cubic feet of water can pass through every second. The only way that fish can pass through is by specially constructed ladders, but not all of them make it to the traditional Native American fishing grounds upstream. I meet a member of the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Reservation and fish biologist, Dr. David Close.
This is one of the earliest fish ladders for the Columbia River Basin. And so each one of these weirs has usually an orifice in the wall so the salmon can go through underneath, or they can jump over the lip of these. So these were all designed for salmonid species. However, the fish ladders don't really work that well for other fish species, such as white sturgeon don't make it through the fish ladders, and particularly bad for Pacific lamprey.
But with a river that is so rich in salmon, why are the lamprey also so important?
We not only harvest the fish, but we also have to look after them and take care of the river. It's part of our religion. And so that's the worry that we have with the disappearance of the lamprey. We're actually losing part of our religious beliefs.
A dedicated lamprey ladder has now been built at the dam in an effort to tackle the increasing decline in Pacific lamprey numbers.
That's the problem the federal government's trying to deal with now and trying to increase the passage for the lamprey at these facilities, which is good because we need that. We need people to be aware of the plight of the lamprey and how important they are culturally to our people.
A window into the fish ladder will give me a tantalizing glimpse of the creature so valued by the tribes, a creature I have yet to catch in the wild.
Well, here they are. These are Pacific lamprey, and they are quite a bit larger than the ones I've seen so far. And also the teeth are significantly larger, quite gruesome. And again, just the sheer numbers of them. This is a mass invasion of underwater vampires.
I find it hard to imagine how the annual arrival of such a gruesome animal can be celebrated. To find out more, I've arranged to meet up with members of tribes who've caught lampreys using the same technique for millennia. Over recent years, the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde have seen many of their customs vanish. But here at their plank house, some ancient traditions still survive. Greg Archuleta catches and cooks lampreys using traditional methods.
They don't have bone, they have a cartilage. So this thing has to be pulled all the way out. It's a kind of a real elastic cord. You got to get the whole thing out, because if you're not, it gives it a bitter taste.
So what you've got left is just skin and meat, nothing else?
Yeah. So now it's ready, we'll put it on the fire.
Given the choice of salmon or lamprey, many native elders go for lamprey every time. So I'm hoping this primordial predator's flesh tastes a whole lot better than it looks.
Have a taste.
I'll tell you what it reminds me of a little bit. It reminds me a little bit of mackerel, you know, because mackerel's very oily and you've got that crispy skin. Whereabouts do these actually come from?
These come from Willamette Falls, and actually my family came from that area. And from essentially time immemorial, we say, you know, our people have been there and fished there. Willamette Falls probably has one of the larger runs in this area now. They can come from the ocean to the falls without any obstacles, so there's still a good run there. But they are diminishing, so the tribes are working to try to get the runs improved again.
In the past, gathering this gift from nature was easy. Migrating lampreys literally covered the rocks at the falls. But now they're in decline, harvesters must negotiate the heart of the thundering falls and wrench them from deep rock crevices and churning pools. Entering the lair of this ancient bloodsucker is not only dangerous, but frankly horrifying. It's extremely rare for outsiders to join the hunt, but but the Grand Ronde have made an exception. I hope I can repay their generosity with a decent haul of lamprey. Tribal Council member Peter Wakeland and his son Tory take me up the turbulent waters of the Willamette River towards the falls.
Bruises are very common. There's a lot of big boulders in there. It's very slippery.
Presumably you can't see anything?
I think it's definitely an art of feel. You're just going to be pretty much blind and feeling away down in there. Yeah.
150 miles from the ocean, we're on the same migratory path as salmon, sturgeon and lamprey.
Anything swimming up the Willamette River is eventually going to encounter this 40-foot high wall of rock curving round for 1,500 feet.
I'm awestruck by the challenge facing both the fish and us.
In terms of the volume of water, these are the biggest falls in the entire US after Niagara. And you can well understand how this is going to cause a pause in the fish migrations. And this is why people have been coming to this place for millennia. And it's into this water that I've got to go.
We're going to make our way up above these boulders. We want to work our way across the face and check in all those cracks.
I'll be working blind. The only aids I have are cotton gloves to improve my grip on these slimy, serpent-like vampires. Peter tries to shield me from the huge surge that's pulling at our legs under the water. Any of us could get sucked under and drown. The sound is deafening. I can barely hear Peter's instructions. I'm desperate to get my hands on a lamprey, but I'm coming up empty. Further up, there's a rock face where lampreys congregate right under the highest falls. But the risks are much greater. I don't think we have a choice.
We're going to get further into the falls.
The slick basalt is lethal. If I slip, I could be forced under and pinned down by the thundering water. I wouldn't be the first person to drown here.
I think we're going to go in, try to get a good foothold so you don't get flushed over the edge. Then we're just going to start reaching down, feeling. You're not going to be able to see, and there's a lot of water coming over today.
Around 20,000 cubic feet per second. The only way to prise them off is to get right behind their mouths, but they're in a very deep crevice.
And there it is. This is a real first for me. This is a fish that can't be caught on a bait, on a rod and line. And there are the three fangs.
But one fish doesn't make a feast.
That's better, that's better.
Just as I've mastered my technique, I feel something hit me. Dozens of lampreys are flying out of the falls.
The fish have all spooked from this hole, so we've got to go into the even wilder water here. Can't really see, there's so much water.
Behind the torrents, lampreys are suckering their way up the 40-foot rock face to the river above. This is my last chance to seize these writhing vampires. to bag at least 30. Peter finally says we have enough.
Even though I've now got one in my hands, the lamprey is still a very hard creature to pin down. To some people it's this hideous invader, but to others it's a gift from nature. And with its snake-like body, its vampire-like feeding habits, you can well understand why for some people this has become the stuff of nightmares.
A primordial vampire that's been on the earth longer than any other river monster I've encountered. In Eastern Europe, there have long been rumours of an ancient freshwater monster. It has slithered through the centuries, leaving a string of grisly attacks in its wake, dragging people from the shallows and even tearing off limbs. My name is Jeremy Wade, and my search for this elusive creature will lead me from its remote rural beginnings to the most unlikely refuge, the cooling pond of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, where I'm thrown into a science fiction nightmare, searching for a suspected mutant amid the fallout of the worst nuclear accident the world has ever seen.
So mutant fish, it seems very likely.
My mission is to venture deep behind the former Iron Curtain, to discover this monster's true identity, and in a race against deadly radiation and time, to catch it.
That's the fish.
Soviet Ukraine in the 1930s, and a young farmhand tends his cattle. Heading down to the lake to cool off, he secures the cow to his wrist with a length of rope. Suddenly, something grabs his leg and drags him into the water. Still attached to the cow, he shouts the command, "Go, go," and a tug of war begins. Hearing his screams, villagers run to his aid and haul him to safety as the beast retreats. But is there really a creature living in those waters capable of such an attack? I'm making my way to Ukraine in Eastern Europe, to a village called Somin at the heart of the lake monster legends. The whole area is permeated by interconnected lakes and waterways, the perfect labyrinth to hide a monster. Beneath the relics of the Soviet Empire lie its rural roots, remote places steeped in pagan folklore and mysticism. Their misty waters are said to be home to vengeful spirits, with ancient ceremonies still performed to appease them. My investigation starts in Somin, which appears every bit a sleepy rural village. I waste no time and get chatting with the locals, who immediately point me in the direction of a woman named Zina.
Добрый день.
Добрий день. Зіна.
Jeremy.
Дуже приємно.
I understand your father had a story about something large living in the lake here. What was that story?
Тато, як був маленький підліток, йому було 14 років, він зі своїм дідушкою.
The father's story apparently was told to him by his grandfather, and this was about a villager who was down at the lake washing.
А вночі їх пасли. І дідушка розказав тату.
And he saw an animal so large that he actually died of fright 2 days later. In the meantime, he told people that it was a turtle. Now, as far as I know, there are no turtles or no large turtles in these waters, but I suspect he just had no frame of reference for what it could have been.
Stories of large creatures are not uncommon here. So while Zina's descriptions seem vague, she suggests that I track down another local with a story of his own, a man named Anatoly.
Anatoly, people say that you know something about a large creature in the lake.
Напівпроковтнутого сомом на берег і разом з сомом.
Something called a som. They've got a name for this thing. What exactly is a som? What does a som look like?
Набагато зменшена форма кита.
He says it's somewhat similar in shape to a whale.
Щіточки дуже мілкі, але дуже гострі вони.
Lots of small, sharp teeth. He says almost like the bristles on a brush.
Майже нема. Це слізисто такою пленочкою покрите все тіло.
The whole body just has this slimy feel to it.
Люди сприймали і великі, і малі соми. Нормально сприймали, вже привикли до сом. То була піща нормальна.
Fish of 7 to 10 foot used to be a regular occurrence. They would be so big that they'd have to take them away on a horse and cart. And apparently swans and geese from time to time would just disappear from sight. Something would come up and just engulf them whole. Very, very fast-striking, ferocious fish. Do you still have big ones in the lake?
Ну, крупні такі не знаю, але ще от бувають такі випадки, що ловлять по 2 метри довжиною такі суми. Ну, от.
He says he thinks there are still quite big ones there. Fish maybe 7, 8, 9 foot long.
So it seems there's a large, aggressive fish at the heart of these stories. And while I'm not sure of its identity, I do at least have a name. The Somme. It's hard to imagine this tranquil village harbouring a bloodthirsty monster. But as I search my way through the dawn mist, Somme Lake takes on a whole new character.
With the sun now rising through the mist, it feels like a place where water spirits and 10-foot-long fish could be perfectly possible.
I want to find out what life lurks in the depths of this lake. Trailing a lure behind the boat will allow me to explore a large expanse of water, but without the modern luxury of a motor, it does require some effort.
See the rod tip sort of wobbling away there, which is good. It shows that the bait is working. It's actually swimming with a bit of life. The thought of fish in here getting on for the length of this boat, it does make you feel a little bit vulnerable.
I fish all through the morning without any interest in my lure. Then I come across someone else with a line in the water. Helena lives nearby and fishes here nearly every day.
Do you know anything about big fish in this lake?
Приехали рыбаки, он спрашивает.
Somebody went fishing in a boat and he hooked into something. And she was some distance away and she saw this boat kept moving around. What was going on? The fact is he'd hooked into a fish and it was just towing the boat.
И поплыл, и вот дальше потянуло вот туда.
And it ended up taking the boat right the way down there. And in the end, it broke the line and the rod, and he came here, and apparently he was trembling as a result of this experience.
Сам спиннинг, саму древку.
Some other people said that, there are fish in here, it's just not possible to catch on a line. The only way you're going to get them in is to harpoon them.
Я видела вот здесь недалеко, вот недалеко, метров.
Another story, just off here, about 30 feet off the dock, the water parted and something, well, that was actually the width across its back. A very large fish surfaced. She said it was multicolored. There was a bit of red and blue in there.
Ну, наверное, это был сом.
She says she thinks it was one of these som.
Perhaps this explains Zena's story of a giant turtle. Without prior experience of a fish the size of a som, how else would you explain what you'd seen? I now focus on the area where Helena saw this fish and switch to casting out my lures.
Yeah. No, that's not a fish. That's not a fish. What's this? I think it's caught on a net. I'm pulling it in because netting is actually illegal here. I can hardly get 2 fingers in one hole, so that is designed for very small fish. It just goes on and on.
There must be over 200 feet of net just in this one spot.
Oh, what's this? There's a pike here.
So this is a pike, this is only a small one, but these do grow 4 or 5 feet long. It's a predator, but it's got teeth. The som doesn't, or certainly not teeth like these. And also, the thing I've been hearing about, the width of the body is the length of this. So whatever it was that attacked that boy, pretty certain it wasn't one of these. Next, attacked the bottom of the food chain. And what it means is that everything that depends on the small fish, there's just not enough food.
I wonder how big an impact modern fishing materials have had on this ancient lake. In search of answers, I seek out a man named Petro, one of the village's old-timer fishermen.
Сома длиной 1,5 метра уже на берегу.
He's seen this fish called the som. He's seen them in here about 7 foot long on many occasions. He hasn't seen them that big out of the water.
Ну, сом, естественно, ушел. Такую рыбу поймать очень сложно.
He said a fish that size can't be caught on normal methods. You said in the old days there used to be as much fish as there was water. What's the situation today?
На сегодняшний день ситуация изменилась в гіршу сторону.
After hearing about how this lake used to be so full of fish, I asked him, what's the situation now? And he suddenly became very impassioned and saying, well, the last 20, 25 years, life got a bit hard, but at the same time, you had more availability of cheap fishing line, cheap fishing nets, and also, people to feed themselves started sort of predatory fishing. There aren't the fish now that there used to be. He says he thinks it's not too late, but this place, it seems, is a shadow of its former self at the moment. So I don't disbelieve that there were 7 foot long fish here once, but it sounds like I might be 20, 25 years too late.
But in a country as vast as Ukraine, could the som still be lurking elsewhere, amid its myriad marshes and interconnecting water channels?
I'm on my way to meet a freshwater spear fisherman, and he claims to have some more recent information about this fish, the som.
His name is Bogdan, and he's spent over a decade spearfishing in Ukraine's murky fresh water.
What do you see? What do you hunt here?
Самов, больших самов, крупную щуку, сома.
Pike, zander, and som.
По оценкам порядка 70-80 килограмм.
Very big. He's seen them up to, or getting close to 200 pounds. Are these fish dangerous?
Эта рыба очень опасна. Даже небольшая рыба.
He says these fish are very dangerous, and this is very similar to something I've actually heard before in Thailand about giant snakeheads, but we're talking about a fish here that is potentially many times bigger. The thing is, when you're hunting one underwater, you mustn't aim when it is facing you head on. The spear at that point won't penetrate the skull, but worse than that, this fish is now armed with a spike with which it may end up impaling you.
But there are other reasons to fear the som.
В одном пруду охладителя.
He knows some real incidents. Apparently a military diver doing sort of repairs. He saw a very large som.
Дайвер не испугался. Он достал нож и завязалась схватка.
So the som attacked the diver. The som managed to grab hold of his arm or his hand and actually pulled his hand off. And whereabouts did this happen?
В одном из прудов охладителей одной из атомных электростанций.
So apparently this happened in the cooling pond of a nuclear power plant, and people are saying that not only was this fish very large, it was also some kind of a mutant. Which nuclear power station?
Chernobyl.
Chernobyl, site of the worst ever radiological accident in history, and now reportedly home to a giant mutant with a taste for human flesh. But could anything, let alone an enormous fish, really have survived such a catastrophic event? In the early hours of April 26, 1986, the safety systems at reactor number 4 were temporarily shut down for an experiment. Moments later, an unexpected power spike caused a series of huge explosions. They tore through the reactor, exposing hundreds of tons of intensely radioactive material to the surrounding environment.
Good evening. That Soviet nuclear disaster is probably the worst in history.
Radioactivity is still being sent into the atmosphere,
with reports that as many as 2,000 people may have been killed, and a dangerous fire continues to burn.
Emergency crews battled night and day to control the raging fires.
There was a chemical explosion which caused a core meltdown. That is the most severe of the nuclear accidents that can occur, and an 18-mile security zone has been set up around the site.
Today, nearly 30 years later, this exclusion zone is still under strict military protection and control. Only authorized personnel may enter.
When I set out, I never imagined that I'd end up heading for the site of the world's worst ever nuclear accident, Chernobyl. The question that's on my mind is whether this fearsome fish, the Somme, has survived in the cooling pond. Is it still there? And if it has the radiation maybe caused it to mutate into something potentially even more terrifying?
The word mutant instantly conjures up visions of deformed giants, gargantuan products of ionizing radiation. Could the Somme really have met a similar fate? Very few people are allowed through the gates guarding Chernobyl's exclusion zone.
So there's a lot of control going on here, very closely guarded zone. Fishing gear has raised questions. This is not a place where fishing is allowed.
Ever since the accident, fishing within the zone has been completely outlawed.
They're being very thorough about checking that I've got everything, that the paperwork's in order.
The authorities approve my preliminary paperwork, and I'm granted temporary access to the periphery of the zone. Chernobyl consists of multiple jurisdictions, much like a Russian doll, each layer giving way to the next, and all requiring a new level of permission. For my own safety, I'm restricted to just 5 consecutive days of exposure.
This is a fishing trip unlike any other. I've got a couple of things here that I wouldn't normally have with me. These will keep track of the total amount of radioactivity that I'm exposed to. But this thing's really my guardian angel. This will go everywhere with me. This will read in real time the level of radioactivity around me. If I'm anywhere where the reading's particularly high, there's an alarm that will go off.
Crucially though, this device also shows me how close I'm getting to my radiation limit, a maximum set by safety experts that must not be exceeded in my 5 days. Any exposure to radiation incurs an increased risk of cancer, and staying within this limit is essential for my safety. If I reach it, I'll have no choice but to leave Chernobyl immediately. The countdown has begun. Under the gaze of the reactor stands the city of Pripyat. Prior to the accident, it was a thriving community, built to house the thousands of power plant workers and their families. It was a model city for the nuclear age. Now, it lies completely abandoned.
To see ancient ruins overrun by vegetation is one thing. To see a modern city like this is something else entirely. And the silence in this place is really quite spooky. What happened here? What was the story? Well, what happened was a mass evacuation. 50,000 people told to leave, and they left in a matter of hours, and they were told that they would be back in 3 days. Well, it's now Nearly 30 years, and they never came back.
The signs of that evacuation lie all around. Deserted buildings and left belongings. You can't see radiation. You can't feel it, and you can't smell it. The men, women and children evacuated from this city were unaware of the seriousness of the accident, as dangerous levels of radiation streamed all around them.
This whole area is still radioactive. It won't return to normal for tens of thousands of years, and the levels of radiation, they vary. There are localized hotspots where the level might be several hundred times what it is just a few feet away.
Without my specialized equipment, I'd have no idea what I was being exposed to or how quickly I was approaching my limit. Just as the men, women and children of Pripyat were unaware of the danger they faced from this invisible threat. The full death toll will never be known, though it's clear that it lies in the thousands and continues to rise to this day. But not all living creatures were able to escape the radiation.
There were fish living in the very water that cooled the reactor, and what I need to do now is to find out what happened to them. Did they survive even? And if so, could this be the basis of this story about a huge mutant fish?
Many fish can live for well over 30 years. Could there still be fish alive here, trapped ever since the accident? Supersized mutants capable of tearing off human limbs. The cooling pond is a vast man-made lake built to provide water to the power plant reactors along a number of channels. It extends for almost 4 miles before draining into the Pripyat River at its southern end. The whole area seems surprisingly green and healthy above the water. But what about underneath? It's a positive take, so there's clearly some kind of life in these waters. But am I about to pull up a mutant?
Well, that's a lovely pike. This fish actually looks perfectly formed. I think this doesn't look like any kind of mutant fish.
This may be bigger than the pike I found in the village, but even a pike of record-breaking size couldn't remove a man's hand.
Fish, that's a fish. This is a really nice sized perch. Very characteristic spiky dorsal fin. Also these vertical black bars. Lovely coloration on the other fins. And it's a predator, a very aggressive predator. Very big mouth relative to size of body.
These perch don't grow big enough to drag a man into the water, but their presence is encouraging. It suggests the healthy fish numbers required to sustain a large predator like a som.
Well, there are fish in here. And, well, some very nice looking fish. What's going on at the cellular level in that fish, though, is open to question.
Much of the most serious radiological damage is invisible to the naked eye. Therefore, the only way to understand the true effects the disaster has had on the fish is through specialized scientific research. I've arranged to meet a scientist who spent years studying the effects of radiation on Chernobyl's wildlife. But before I can venture deeper into the zone, I must undergo a scan at a control portal, still 6 miles from the core.
It's time for a contamination check. I'll need to do this on a regular basis as I move around the zone.
The machine detects radioactive particles. Any contamination on my body would sound an alarm.
That's clean.
I'm on my way to meet Tim Rousseau from the University of South Carolina, who's done numerous radiological studies on animals in the zone.
Professor Mousseau has been making regular study trips to Chernobyl for over 12 years, and most recently he's turned his attention to the birds.
Little guy.
To me, this looks a perfectly healthy bird, and we're in the middle of this very green landscape. So here we are nearly 30 years after the accident. Is it true to say things are getting close to back to normal?
No, things are actually continuing to get worse here. We're seeing many fewer species and many fewer numbers, and we know that this is because the birds are not living as long, the insects are dying, and the males are frequently sterile. This is a young of the year, so he hasn't had a chance to really accumulate mutations over his lifespan. This guy looks normal, but what I can tell you is his probability of surviving from now until next year is less than half of what it would be in a clean area. We'll put him in the bag for now and just tie that up tight.
What was the magnitude of the event that happened here?
Just an enormous event, unparalleled event, really. Something on the order of between 200 and 400 atomic bombs, equivalent to the ones that were dropped on Hiroshima in the Second World War. It was a nuclear fire that burned for 10 days, just spewing radioactive materials. And much of this zone is still maybe half to a third as contaminated as it was the day after the event stopped.
So how prevalent is mutation? What are you finding?
It's everywhere. Essentially every organism, every group of organisms that we've worked with show some level of mutation.
So mutant fish, I mean, that's not something out of science fiction. That's perfectly possible here.
It seems very likely. Every time it rains, we get runoff from the land into the rivers, into the pond, and this carries with it a substantial amount of cesium. And it gets into the water, and it'll eventually make its way into the fish as well. But there really hasn't been the sorts of rigorous studies that we've been doing with birds done with the fish. And, clearly that's something that needs to be done.
Professor Mousseau's research seems to show that little has escaped radiation's deadly reach. Radioactive substances like cesium and plutonium can have catastrophic effects on living tissues, causing mutations, cancers, and death. And perhaps no more so than at the bottom of the cooling pond, where all that radioactive material has been accumulating since the accident. Could it be serving as a nuclear nursery, rearing mutant SOM capable of the attack that Bogdan described?
No. That was just my alarm going off. Must have just passed a radiological hotspot. I don't know, something in the undergrowth maybe beside the road.
The ghostly scenes all around me feel a million miles from home. But the reality is that the United States alone has over 100 nuclear reactors, each one with the potential to go catastrophically wrong. It's therefore vital to learn as much as possible about the radiological impact in disaster zones such as Chernobyl. Although few studies have been done into the fish, one man does have experience in this area. Dmitry Gudkov is head of radioecology at Ukraine's National Academy of Science, and we meet at an abandoned Soviet fish hatchery. Apparently he has a photo of a SOM to show me.
Я могу вам показать фотографии, чтобы вам было более понятно. Вот, да, это сом.
Gosh, that's... Hold on, that's strange looking. That... Okay. No, I know this fish, but a different name. This is a Wells catfish.
What they call a SOM, I know as a Wells. The physical descriptions match, and so too does the behavior. The Wells catfish can grow to over 250 pounds and can be very aggressive, easily capable of the attack on the villager and perhaps even wrenching the diver's hand off.
This looks like a Wells catfish, except there's something very strange going on with its mouth. It seems to have two lower jaws. Is this a mutation?
провести какие-то дополнительные исследования на этом виде рыб.
He's saying that to really understand whether there's any mutations in these fish, you've got to do laboratory analysis, and they haven't actually done any work on these Wells catfish. The reason being they haven't actually had a specimen to work on. Almost like looking at the flight recorder, the black box of an aircraft, it will give you a really, really good insight into what's happening with the fish here. But as yet, that work hasn't been done. I've caught big som before. Maybe I can help you here. What if I could give you a specimen? Would that be useful?
Да, конечно, это будет крайне полезно, но для того, чтобы поймать эту рыбу, нужно получить соответствующее разрешение.
I could potentially help here. I could catch a large fish, but he's saying this is not the kind of place where you just turn up and fish. This is a controlled zone. I would need to go through a process of permission before I could even get near the water.
If a catfish can shed light on the biological effects of a disaster on the scale of Chernobyl, it could be the most important fish I'll ever catch.
Right, things are now really falling into place. The som is a Wells catfish. Okay, the one in Dimitri's photograph was hideously deformed, but it was clearly a Wells. And this squares with everything that I heard in the village. The wide head, the dark, tapering, slimy body, and the aggressive temperament.
This is no longer simply about my investigation into myths from a sleepy corner of Eastern Europe. It's grown a whole lot bigger. Thanks to my unique collaboration with Dimitri, I'm granted permission. I'm going to be the first person allowed to fish for a Wells on the cooling pond. Progressing through to the next layer, I arrive at the pumping station that supplies water to the pond from the Pripyat River.
See any fish here?
I meet my guide, Vlad, who suggests that the edge of this churned up, oxygenated water could be a good spot for catfish. And he offers to fish for bait while I rig my lines.
Something going on here.
Suddenly, Vlad is shouting from the other bank.
What is it? Here it is. Yeah.
Something from the radioactive depths is on his line, and it's clearly much bigger than mere bait.
What happened? Did the line go?
It was a catfish.
The fish was almost within reaching distance. I saw that fish. That was a good sized fish. But something just gave in the gear at the end. What was interesting though is it took a moving lure. I mean, that could be, you know, that one got away, but that could be the way to get them on that kind of lure, but just heavier gear.
I'm amazed to see that a Wells catfish has survived just a stone's throw from the reactor. Losing a good fish is always disappointing, but it has given me a vital pointer. I'm going to rig plastic lures on stronger line and cast directly into the turbulent water. I have 3 days to get a result.
Even though I'm fishing from the bank, I'm still making a point of wearing my life jacket because the worst radiation is actually on the bottom of the lake. So I don't really want to be going anywhere near that. There's a fish on. This is a zander. That's what they call a pike perch. And this is a healthy looking fish, so this is surprising, you know, not what you'd expect necessarily in this place.
And it's got a healthy set of teeth to match.
Catfish probably are lying near the bottom. They're not going to see much down there. They're going to feel vibrations. Yeah, there's one here.
But I can't get through the aggressive zander.
One thing about zander is they have these very big eyes. They are sight feeders. They're really good at seeing down near the bottom in low light.
Frustratingly though, the bottom of the water column is precisely where I'm working my lures for the catfish.
Well, the zander are getting bigger at least. It's actually quite a beautiful scene with the sun going down, but that is actually what's left of reactor number 4. When I watched this place go up on the television all those years ago, I think the last thing on my mind was that one day I'd be here fishing. The novelty is definitely wearing off now. These things are so active, so hungry. It reminds me a little bit of piranhas in the Amazon, just you know, eating the bait or getting to it before anything else can. So these are in my mind now, the piranhas of Chernobyl.
Normally, a good way to increase the chance of a catfish would be to fish into the night. But here, I'm under a strict after-dark curfew. I've now got just 2 days left of my allotted time, and the pressure is mounting. I have to think constantly about radiation safety. Each evening I test all my gear, checking it thoroughly for radioactive particles that I may have pulled up from the pond. But as a catch and release fisherman, I've also been wrestling with the exceptional circumstances of my challenge.
There have been instances in the past where fish that I've caught have helped scientists acquire knowledge. The thing that's different about this is that I'm going to have to hand the fish over, and I'm not completely comfortable about that.
But ultimately, the information that could be gained from even one fish in this unique situation, I believe makes such a sacrifice wholly justifiable. It's a bright, sunny day, so I decide to change tactics. Although catfish usually dwell on the bottom, their predatory instincts will bring them up to investigate disturbances. So, as I did at Somin, I trail a lure behind the boat.
I don't think I've ever really fished in a place quite like this. I've got a bait in the water, and I'm waiting for that wrench on the rod, but there's part of me a bit daunted by that prospect.
But after a morning on the pond with no action, perhaps my concerns were unfounded. Nevertheless, I can't lose focus.
I'm feeling the lure working nicely. The rod tip is just bouncing away, indicating a wobbling lure. If something was to take that, if I'm not hanging on, that could wrench the rod out of my hands. It could even start to pull me out of the boat. So I'm making sure I'm keeping a really tight grip on the rod.
But I have to be realistic and make some tough choices. Time is of the essence. So I decide to return to the pump house and resume the method that so nearly proved successful. The hungry zander may be rife here, but if I can find my way past them, I believe that it's still my best shot for securing a wels.
Oh, something hit that on the drop, on the drop. This is a new fish, different fish. Again, it's just completely inhaled that bait. That looks like a fish called a chub. Big mouth, cylindrical, powerful body.
Again, it's not the suspect I'm after, but I am encouraged. This is what was missing from the lake in Somin, an abundance of perfect prey for a hungry giant catfish.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I've got slime on the line here. I might have had a catfish investigate that. All right, let's get it out again quickly.
Catfish secrete an antibacterial mucus that covers their whole body. Slime on my line is tantalizing evidence that I'm getting closer.
It's a fish.
Yet again, though, I don't seem to be able to get past the ravenous zander to reach the catfish. It's time for a tactical rethink. The bright lures I've been using so far are attracting too much attention from the sharp-eyed competition. Catfish rely largely on vibration to detect their prey, so I changed to a duller lure in the hope of avoiding the zander. But there seems to be no fooling them.
These fish here are turning out to be much, much harder than I'd anticipated. Now, normally what you do is you just keep fishing, but here, with the issue of radiation, I'm absorbing radiation the whole time that I'm here. They take safety very seriously. There is a very, very strict limit on how much time I can spend here. So there is some real urgency now about finding this fish.
Despite the pressure I'm under, I must maintain a rigorous regime of contamination monitoring. I can't afford to exceed my radiation limit prematurely. I'm going to try something unusual and construct my own lure. By cutting a piece of squid into this shape, I can replicate the wriggling movement of the other lures, but with the addition of a natural scent. This could appeal to the catfish's superior sense of smell.
The fish are a little bit sort of wary at the moment, and I'm thinking something that moves right but also has the right kind of sense coming out of it could be successful.
Things are getting desperate. If this isn't successful, I'm not sure what options are left.
Something's half chewed the tail of it.
But finally, something takes the squid.
In the ordinary way, I'd be very pleased with this fish, but it's just not what I'm here for. These are still hungry. The catfish just aren't putting in an appearance at all.
With pressure mounting, I decide to head off around the pond's perimeter in the hope that some different spots may change my fortunes.
Right, this bit of water here, I've heard that the fish are sometimes seen down here when the weather's warmer, but I'm not going to fish here because my alarm just keeps going off.
But now, my efforts are either thwarted by dangerous levels of radiation, or the water simply appears lifeless.
Well, this is another part of the lake, but it just seems dead. There's nothing doing here at all. I'm finding it hard to stay optimistic when it feels that everything is all turning against me. The layers of bureaucracy, while all the time my exposure to radiation is steadily increasing. I'm starting to wonder if I might have taken on something which is going to turn out to be impossible.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. There's one area where catfish have been consistently spotted, but it lies on the very channels that were used to feed the reactor. So important is the need for a specimen that the authorities have made the ultimate exception, granting me permission to fish on the very arteries leading to the heart of the reactor. But being this close, can I catch that fish before I reach my exposure limit?
My alarm's just gone off. And this isn't, and again, and again, and again. And this isn't because of anything, any dust on the ground or a localized hotspot or anything. Our sound recorder's just going off as well. The reason this is going off now is because that is the nucleus of the whole place. That's reactor number 4. That is where nearly 30 years ago a 3,000-foot tongue of flame shot into the air, showering radioactive debris into the surrounding area.
I don't have much time before I reach my limit, so I'm switching up to heavier, more robust gear. This is my last day. Time is ticking, and so is my dose meter. Suddenly, I'm hooked into something big. and it's pulling me closer and closer to the radioactive water.
It's off. Came off the hook. That might be my only chance here. Might be my only chance. It's off the hook. It started swimming towards me. I don't know. There was a big fish on my line very briefly here, right in the shadow of the reactor. I felt the weight of the fish. It was a heavy fish. But the hook came out. I mean, the weight that I felt should have set the hook, so I really don't know. Sometimes the hook will not hold, and of all the times for that to happen, it happened here.
It's a soul-crushing failure, but I can't give up. There's clearly something big out there, but I'm getting ever closer to my radiation limit. The only option is to persist on the channel in the hope that losing that fish hasn't spooked any others nearby. My body is being constantly bombarded by radiation, and I'm teetering right on the edge of my time limit, when finally, I set the hook.
Yeah. It's a fish, a fish. I need the gloves.
Until this fish is analysed by Dimitri, I've no idea how radioactive it is and what risk it poses to me.
So this is it. This is the Somme. Long, dark, tapering body shape, the wide head, slimy skin, tentacles, teeth a bit like a worn-down brush. Yeah, absolutely positive ID.
I'm finally holding the biological black box I've been searching for. I may have caught bigger, but never a fish as extraordinary or significant as this. Dimitri's research will later reveal that far from being the mutant giant of science fiction, this Chernobyl catfish is under half the normal size for its age, its stunted flesh harbouring 16 times the usual level of radiation.
So I came to Ukraine to investigate stories of a fearsome water monster living in a remote, rural corner of the country, only to find it long gone, the victim, as is so often the case everywhere, of relentless human progress. So how strange that I should find this fish here, the site of the world's worst radiological disaster.
The ancient Somme of Ukraine live on as Chernobyl's radioactive river monsters. My name is Jeremy Wade.
Yes, 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 yes.
Explorer and extreme angler.
Yeah. Got a fish, got a fish.
In my journeys, I try to put myself in the right place at the right time. To investigate what happens to people in the wrong place at the wrong time. I've come to Colombia, considered the most dangerous country in South America, to investigate the tragic and horrific death of a bride murdered on her honeymoon. I need to piece together the moments before her death.
This is better fish, better fish, better fish.
To discover the identity of the Colombian Slasher.
Sometimes what happens in just a fraction of a second can make the difference between life and death. And one tragic tale from the Amazon has stuck in my mind.
A couple were on their honeymoon on the banks of the Amazon. The young woman was wading into the shallows.
When something pulls her under, her body was eventually found floating in an eddy downstream. The attacker's identity unknown. In most cases of sudden death, there's a straightforward explanation: accidental drowning or maybe foul play. But occasionally there's an unsuspected cause: a river monster.
I have few clues to help solve the mystery of what could drag a woman through the water like a rag doll to her death. But I know where to start my search. I've investigated deaths all over South America, but never here. This tragedy occurred in the part of the Amazon River that flows through Colombia. I start my search in the town of Leticia. Colombia has more species per square mile than anywhere on the planet. Perhaps there are monsters I've never seen. But as I search for an aquatic killer, I must keep my wits about me. Here there are more violent deaths per capita than in any other South American country. The Amazon is home to several creatures with the power to grab and drown a human. The usual suspects: caiman, anaconda, giant piraiba, and possibly even bull sharks. But could the little-known waters of Colombia hold another possible killer? The fish market is always a good place to start.
I'm thinking maybe if I stay on this guy's tail, he might lead me to the market. I think it worked.
Leticia lies on Colombia's southern border with Peru. In this location, the Amazon has extraordinary species diversity, with many new species still to be discovered.
A lot of these fish, I know them by a different name in Brazil. This is tambaqui in Brazil. Here it's gamitana. ¿Cómo se llama eso? Perro. This is perro. This means, well, it means dog here in Spanish, so dogfish.
Dogfish possess wicked teeth, but don't grow large enough to drag humans to their death. I need a fish with the body strength and the jaw strength to literally sweep a bride off her feet. Most of what I'm seeing can be discounted immediately.
Arapaima, about 120 pounds without the head, gills, guts or anything, so quite a big fish.
Arapaima can inflict serious damage with their bony heads, but they only target small prey and don't use their mouths as a weapon. I don't believe they're a realistic suspect.
¿Cuál es el pez el más peligroso aquí? Piranha. I'm asking them, what's the most dangerous fish in the river? They say piranhas. That's the worst thing here.
The bride's body was in one piece. Piranhas would have made a gruesome meal of any victim, so they are off my list.
One other dangerous fish, the electric eel. Not found really in the rivers, but more in the lakes, away from the rivers.
Electric eels can fatally shock victims.
First go, amazing, first go.
But they're not strong enough to drag a body. The market delivers no new suspects. But before I leave, I'm told the largest fish are flown straight to the capital, Bogotá, where they fetch the highest price. So I head to the port, eager to see if any giants have been caught.
Bueno.
I'm just in time.
¿Qué es eso? This is the back end of a very large catfish. He says it's a piraiba. This is a species I've seen before in Brazil.
I've investigated stories where giant piraiba were accused of taking people down to their deaths. They have a mouth big enough for the job, and they can grow to monstrous man-eating proportions.
Right, that's two of us to lift that. And there's just a mass of bone this end where they've cut through the head. I know that these things grow this big. I've not caught them this size. I'm guessing a good 150 pounds for the whole animal. Very big fish. This is something, if it got hold of your leg or any other part of your body and didn't let go, you'd go under. You'd have no say in the matter at all.
The way the honeymoon bride was dragged away now puts the Piraiba at the top of my suspect list. But I wonder how a fish so large would not have been seen in the shallows where she waded. I definitely have some investigating to do. I start my search on the dock of a houseboat on the edge of town.
This place historically used to be very big for drug smuggling and also arms trafficking. But there are lots of boats toing and froing out there in the dark, most of them without any lights on, and who knows what might be on some of them.
Known to be one of the most dangerous countries in the world, Colombia is still fighting its long war with drug cartels and guerrilla groups. With violence common on land, occasional attacks by river monsters could easily be overlooked. Time is against me as a storm approaches. These waters are full of hungry fish.
Incredible sized mouth this has got compared to the size of the body. I think they call this one here bocon, which means like big mouth.
Even when fully grown, these catfish would be too small to have played a part in this incident. I'm wondering if all the traffic above water could be scaring away any monsters prowling below.
Hey, this is bigger, this is bigger. Right, this is one that's quite tricky to handle. It's got sharp spines on its pectoral fins here, and the dorsal fin, and it's got these sort of pointed hooks on some plates down the side of the body there. I'm just going to see if I can shake it off the hook. That's sometimes the easiest way. There's lots of activity on the line, but it's all small fish. I need to get hooked into something considerably bigger.
Something big enough and bad enough to have dragged the honeymoon bride to her death. With the storm getting ever closer, I move to the riverbank. Immediately, I'm in business.
This is better fish, better fish, better fish. Oh, it's strong.
It's a freshwater stingray.
Right, it's not a huge one. It's a good size, though. This is a type of ray I haven't seen before.
All stingrays must be treated with caution, even this one, which just has small spikes rather than a single long spine.
Still has to be a little bit careful because the venom actually cloaks the entire body, so even a scrape on some of these smaller points on the tail here wouldn't be a good idea, so I'm going to keep away from there. Hook out first. There we go. Hook out. Stingrays are related to sharks. They do have teeth, so they will crush something. No way is a stingray going to grab hold of a person and pull them under.
Common sense removes stingrays from my investigation. Catching a stingray species I've never seen before was a surprise. And it shows me I have little idea what lurks in this river, so I've got to keep an open mind. I want to broaden my search for the bride killer away from the town's busy waters. I take a boat to explore the surrounding area. Identifying the most reliable sources of local information is always an important part of any inquiry. Dotted along the riverbank are Amerindian fishing communities, mostly Tacuna Indians. If anyone can, it's these people who will help me close this case. I explain my investigation, but the community is unaware of the bride's death. But they have no doubt something in the water could have been responsible and describe lakes nearby where monsters still hide. I'm told to find a village elder called Jose, who might be able to help me. A lifelong fisherman, Jose is happy to tell me more about these hidden waters and the monsters lurking within them.
He's saying that in the old days this place had a real reputation. It was considered very dangerous. Lots of caimans and a big water snake, and for that reason the fishermen didn't come here.
Caimans and anacondas are two of my suspects. Either would be capable of dragging a woman to her death. Then I'm reminded of the strong hold that superstition and folklore have in rural Colombia.
He was telling me about somebody who saw a very large snake, body maybe 7 or 8 foot diameter, and this guy was so ill just from seeing this animal, had to go to the shaman to get some kind of remedy for that. When he was little, he saw something called, they call here a tigre negro, literally black tiger, black cat. In terms of size, it's probably, I don't know, he indicated about 8 foot long, something like that, but a very thick-set body, maybe sort of 3-4 foot. From time to time, apparently, people see the water trembling. And when that happens, they basically don't hang around to see what it is, they just get out of there.
In my experience, hidden bodies of water can harbor giant fish. And tomorrow, Jose has agreed to take me to one such place. The lake is close by, but the journey won't be easy. Other villagers come to help, and I soon realize why. As we leave the river behind, we have to scale an almost vertical slope. I can't fish these hidden waters without a boat, as I'm told their banks are always flooded and crowded with vegetation.
It's gonna tip, that's good, that's good.
It's just a few hundred yards away. Could whatever took the honeymoon bride be hiding in its depths? And will the creatures that inspired Jose's fantastical beasts be ready to play ball? Dangerous monsters, whether real or imaginary, have kept most fishermen away from here. But not me. From the outset, it looks a perfect place for monsters to hide.
It's very quiet. Quite a sort of ominous feel to the place.
We paddle as silently as we can.
There's life in here. There's movement on the surface, betraying something going on underneath.
It doesn't take long for an old adversary to make its presence felt.
Okay. That was half a fish about a minute ago. Piranhas are always, well, they're nearly always a problem, but this level of activity is fairly exceptional. You know, they're really voracious here, just on the basis of 2 baits out.
I need to get past this insatiable pack of jaws if I'm to find what else is out there.
That was a matter of, I don't know, 30 seconds, something like that.
We try our luck in different areas. When I run out of bait, I try a couple of lures. Then I get to meet one of these proven man-eaters.
That's a very chunky red-belly piranha. So that's what's been eating all my bait. And even if you chuck in a flashy lure like that, it'll go for it.
As voracious as they are, in this case, piranhas are in the clear. There was no evidence of piranha bites on the victim's body. But they are coming between me and potential suspects.
I'm running out of ideas. I think all I can really do is save the last of my bait and try after dark. Piranhas might be less active then.
The killer could be stalking right below me, but I can see nothing in the blackness.
Oh, that's instant. They've taken that already. As soon as it hit the water. There are so many there, they are just biting through the line over a foot away from the bait. I think I'm wasting my time. I'm running out of bait, I'm running out of hooks, I'm running out of gear. Piranha's just making it impossible here.
After midnight, my patience runs out too. And I head back to Letitia. Not all clues come from the end of my line. Just as I'm running out of ideas, I'm directed to a man who worked in a local hospital for many years. He may have some information. I track down Don Alvaro in a church in the center of town.
Buenos días. ¿Usted es Don Alvaro?
He vividly remembers the tragic incident.
Seguro la esposa pasó apercibida, pero cuando se dio cuenta que la señora no estaba.
This actually corroborates the story that I heard before I came here.
Entonces él trajo la señora al Amazonas.
A couple got married in the interior and came here to the river for their honeymoon. It was the time of year when the water is low, you've got big beaches, and so that's where people go to spend time in the water.
In the blink of an eye, something snatched and dragged her through the water.
3 días.
Then, Don Alvaro drops a small but vital detail into his account.
3 days later, they found the body. At first appearances, there were no injuries at all. It was just a dead body. Cause of death, probably drowning. However, when they examined the body, they found one wound, one injury, and this was a hole in the lower leg.
Otra cosa, no.
No,
Solo
eso.
Something had done that, presumably before she died, and whatever that was could have been the cause of death. I'm told it wasn't a bullet hole, it was a puncture. This could be a vital clue to the identity of the attacker. A caiman would leave a very, very obvious mark to somebody's leg. It would make a lot of damage. An anaconda would actually leave multiple puncture holes. Bull sharks used to come this far up the Amazon. Maybe they still do, but again, that leaves a very, very clear signature. Catfish leave a mark almost as if it's made by very coarse sandpaper. So having dismissed all these, the obvious suspects, there's only one creature left that I know of that could have been capable of inflicting such an injury. A creature I discounted from my investigation. A stingray. Its barbed spine leaves a single gaping wound in its victims. Normally the spine rips back out, but could it in certain circumstances hold fast? A nightmare scenario unfolds. Could a stingray have harpooned the bride's leg and then dragged her down? This is something I've never heard of happening before, and to be honest, I think it's very, very unlikely, and it's going to take a lot of proving. Nevertheless, I now have a prime suspect. Following my meeting with Don Alvaro, I head to the area where the bride was killed. Although he doesn't know exactly where it happened, it's upriver from Leticia, near the small town of Puerto Nariño, where he worked as a nurse when the attack took place. Don Alvaro puts me in touch with a fisherman called Armando, who lives in the town and agrees to help me. Puerto Nariño is just a short journey upriver, but it's a world away from Leticia. It's cut off from the rest of the country and only accessible by river. We reach the community at sundown. Now I'll be searching river beaches just like those where the bride was dragged away. Rays hunt most actively during the night, so as darkness falls, Armando agrees to take me to a place well known for having lots of stingrays. To prove my theory, I first need to demonstrate that a stingray spine could remain attached to the victim, turning its tail into a deadly, venomous tow rope. To do this, I have a plan, an experiment to see firsthand how the ray strikes. But first, I need to catch one. And it can't just be any ray. It needs to be armed with a strong spine on a long tail. Landing a killer ray without being stabbed is hard enough. But catching one in the dark on an isolated riverbank in the most dangerous country in South America is almost insane. This is potentially ray-like. It's almost as if there's still tension on the line. It stopped going out, but there's still tension, and there's maybe a slight sort of chewing sensation. But I'd expect it to move again in a bit. There we go. Yeah, it is a ray. It's definitely a ray. I recognize the dramatic markings. It's a deadly Matoro stingray. Motoros aren't giants, but this one's a perfect size for my experiment.
Right, now it's one thing seeing that spine flailing around. I want to see what happens when that makes contact with something, with flesh. I've actually brought along a pig's leg. Very, very similar tissue to a human, so let's just see what happens to this. That went right in the whole length of the spine, and then it seemed to almost put its body weight behind it and really push it in. It went right up to the hilt of the spine.
I'm surprised by this. I thought a strike would be more haphazard. The ray appears to line up on its target like a marksman, aiming above the point where the pressure is applied to its body, before thrusting its spine deep into the tissue with every ounce of its power. As the tail retracts, more than 100 backward-facing barbs tear through flesh like a hunting knife. After the strike, the ray's instinct is to flee. I repeat the test, and this time, something remarkable happens.
That hasn't come out. That is still attached. That is still attached.
It's the proof I was looking for. A ray's spine can stay embedded in its victim.
There's obviously a certain random element here. If it goes in a certain place, it's going to come out. If it goes in another place, it's going to come out. Once in a while, though, it's going to get stuck on something, stuck on a bit of tissue, and it's not going to come out.
What I've just demonstrated adds weight to my theory that the bride could have been harpooned through the leg and dragged to her death. But it remains just a theory. I've only heard of the one incident. And there's still the question of stingray size.
I don't think, though, that this could take an adult human into the water. I think you'd either shake it off or you'd crawl out of the water with this thing still attached.
To prove beyond reasonable doubt that a stingray could have killed the honeymoon bride, I must catch a ray with a long spine that's big enough and powerful enough to drag a woman to her death.
Something bigger than this.
Last night's experiment gave me my prime suspect. A large stingray. But I've not heard of giant rays in this part of the Amazon. So I tell the fishermen of Puerto Nariño about my investigation. Local knowledge is always a good line of inquiry. It's apparent that nobody targets rays, and when hooked accidentally, the fishermen either cut their line or cut off the ray's tail, whatever it takes to avoid holding it alive. Armando suggests I help him collect his fishing lines, as he too often hooks rays. Maybe this time there'll be a giant. He uses the multi-hook method, one long line with shorter baited lines coming off it at intervals. I've used this method before in the Congo, and I'm well aware of the dangers. Occasionally, people are dragged to their deaths by a large catfish on the end of the line.
This is a fish, this is a fish, this is a fish. Yes. Oh, right, that's a stingray, that is a stingray. There's actually two spines on that. There's all these other points as well. I mean, those are going to be coated in venom. Well, there we go. I mean, this is not a monstrous stingray. I've caught much, much bigger. But this would definitely be capable of inflicting a very nasty injury.
As we pull up the rest of the lines, we're only catching rays.
There's definitely something down here.
They're not the giants I'm after.
This looks different.
But they're so numerous that here they're beating everything else to the bait.
This is quite a good size.
Not only are there lots of different rays in these waters,
there's definitely a fish on it. It's definitely a fish, definitely a fish.
They all have one terrible thing in common: their weaponry.
It's got two spines here, and then it's got these rather wicked-looking smaller points on the base of the tail, but then you've got this long whip that could inflict some serious damage.
Having finished pulling in Armando's lines, it's clear these waters are teeming with rays, some I've never seen before. But I found no giants capable of dragging a woman to her death. So we ask around in some of the smaller neighbouring communities to see if anyone knows anything about monster rays. It's quickly apparent that people in this area are living with a terror in their midst.
I just asked this man here if he knows anybody who's been hit by rays here. He said, yes, my son. And it got him in the ankle, very visible scar he's got there. His father said he almost lost the foot. ¿Tiene otras personas aquí que fue picada?
Ella vive allí en la otra casa.
Just like the rays, the stories keep on coming.
Ahí estaba como 3 meses ahí en la casa. No podía caminar, no podía trabajar, nada.
Yo estaba ahí con el dolor ahí queriendo morirme, queriendo llorar, ¿no?
I've seen many injuries, but for some victims like Dahlia, the initial wound is just the start of the nightmare.
Water's only about thigh deep. She's literally feet from the bank. And that was when she stepped on it.
Ya no aguanto.
Now, in this particular case, what really stands out was she said that she got this infection that was really, really persistent.
Relatively small stingray injuries can quickly turn into aggressive infections. This is down to the necrotic venom covering the spine and the ray's entire body. Once stabbed into human flesh, this venom starts to break down tissue. The result can be high fever, heart palpitations, hallucinations, and even death.
Luckily, though, in the end, they managed to get the infection under control, and she's now recovered. A pretty horrendous experience, but it could have been a lot worse.
I found the rivers here are full of stingrays, and on the shores there are many victims. But any giants have eluded me. I'm going to return to the method I know best, my rod and line. To place a single bait in just the right spot is still my best chance of hooking a monster ray.
I'm getting the feeling that there's not much in the way of bait left on this line.
Bare hook, not the best way to catch fish.
For the next few days, Armando takes me to all the best fishing spots he knows. I change my tackle and vary my bait. But the piranhas are once again between me and my investigation.
That's all the bait that I had left on there.
Colombian rivers are used for nefarious deeds, especially after dark. But I have to ignore the potential danger around me, and I continue fishing well into the night.
Quite a pretty fish as catfish go.
I try to keep my spirits up, but after fishing for days with no reward, I'm starting to wonder if I'll ever find this monster. But my hunt for a giant ray continues.
Just jumped in the boat. Is that an omen or what? I don't know.
And despite promising signs, it's the same old story.
Something on there. No sign of any crushing that a stingray might have done.
I'm running out of ideas and luck. Another disappointing night is coming to an end when my investigation is given a lifeline.
Yeah, well, my bait's gone, but there's a fisherman out in the middle of the river here. I can just see his light, and he's apparently got a ray. Might just meet up with him and see exactly what he's got.
¿Dónde está? Yes, aquí.
Oh, yeah.
Well, here we go. It's a stingray. It's a small one. No tail. He's saying that probably when this was a baby, piranhas chewed the tail off.
The stingray was an accidental catch. I'm just going to go and see what else he's got.
Unlike me, this local fisherman has had a successful night.
Corvina, they call these. There's some catfish as well. That is a strange looking thing. That's really strange. This fish here is called a mata caiman, which means it kills a caiman. If a caiman tries to swallow that, it erects its fins, and these things will just pierce the inside of the caiman's mouth. He said he caught all these fish in 10 minutes. So it shows when you know the waters, the river can be very, very generous.
As our conversation returns to stingrays, Leo tells me some chilling information.
He's wearing boots, I'm noticing, and he says, you know, I'm very, very careful in the shallow water here.
And what he tells me confirms that my far-fetched harpoon idea is not just a theory, it's a gruesome reality.
Mi hermano.
Hermano?
Mi hermano, sí.
The incident happened a few years ago. Leo and his father were fishing on one of the river's many beaches. On this occasion, his 10-year-old brother had decided to come along. As they fished, Leo's brother was only a short distance away, playing in the water. Well aware of dangers in the river, Leo kept a close eye on him. But this killer was able to strike unseen and in the shallows.
Venimos a mirar, él ya estaba ahogado.
He heard his brother shouting. When they actually arrived, he was dead. He'd been drowned. They pulled him out of the water, and the stingray was still attached to his foot. It was actually, you know, the spine had gone into his foot and hadn't come out.
The ray had dragged him to his death.
La raya era grande, sí.
The stingray was something like that across.
This tragic tale mirrors the case I'm investigating in all but one way. The victim was a child. I felt the power of rays similar in size to the one Leo describes, and there's no way they could have pulled me in the water. To drag and drown a grown woman, I believe a ray needs to be bigger. But so far I've not encountered a Colombian giant. I need more local knowledge. Luckily, Leo knows these waters as well as anyone, and he tells me about a place where he believes there are lots of rays, maybe even a giant. But before I track down a monster ray, Leo urges me to seek protection. Despite Christianity pervading the heart of this deeply superstitious community, shaman are still called upon for spiritual guidance. This ceremony will not only bolster my chances of hooking a monster ray, but will also offer me some protection if I get a killer on the end of my line. I arrived at the banks of the Amazon in southern Colombia, not knowing what was responsible for killing the honeymoon bride. I've whittled down the suspects, and now I only need the last piece of this tragic jigsaw, a stingray big enough to drag a woman to her death. Armando takes me to the fishing spot suggested by Leo, the fisherman I met last night, which turns out to be very close to the town. I have one concern. I never expected a giant ray to be my target. This rod might not be up to the job. It It's pulled in man-sized arapaima, but a giant stingray uses its flat body to attach itself to the bottom. It's like lifting a sunken boat rather than a fish.
Where I'm fishing, it's the end of an island, and we're just moored in here. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to throw it down with the current. There's a bit of an eddy here behind me, so perfect spot for something to come along.
I'm reminded about the inherent dangers on this frontier river, especially after dark. As night draws in, everybody else retreats to the security of their homes.
Oh, that's a ray. That's a ray. That's going. That is going. That is going. It's running.
Finally, I'm hooked into what feels like a big ray. Now, I just have to land it. The minutes pass and day turns into night.
Right, the thing with stingrays is you think they're snagged. The line is completely dead, and then it just moves again. Now, this is just pulling me. A stingray is not a fish that I like to handle very much. It's also sometimes a fish I don't like to hook because you get into a big one and it's a long time and it's very tiring.
I've been locked into giant rays in the past, but never on such a small boat or in the dark. I know this ray is bigger than any I've caught so far in Colombia, but once it's stuck to the riverbed, it's difficult to know what size I'm really dealing with. But to nail my theory 100%, I need a ray big enough to drag an adult to the bottom.
The fish has got too much leverage.
Realization dawns on me that I can't shift the ray from here. So we have to cast off from our mooring to change my angle of attack. But now there's more strain on both me and the rod.
Got the butt of this rod in my stomach. It's really starting to hurt.
Having come so far, having fought so hard, a broken rod and a lost ray are my worst nightmare. But in this titanic struggle, something has to give.
Right, it's coming up, coming up, coming up, coming up. Have I got line still? Yes, I've got line.
The rod snapped, but the line didn't.
It's now hand to hand.
Now I've got real problems.
This is going to be very interesting now.
I don't know how big this ray is, but in an instant, this struggle has become infinitely more dangerous.
I've got to be careful also that I don't get my hand caught in this line.
At any moment, a loop in my line could turn into a deadly noose.
The line's not going to break. I could go over the side.
I've no plans to be dragged to the bottom like Leo's brother or the honeymoon bride.
Right, slowly coming up, slowly coming up.
I see the end of my broken rod. The fish can't be far behind.
If this fish was attached to my leg, you know, if this had its barb caught in my foot, I would be able to do nothing at all. Oh, my knees are just trembling, trembling, trembling. There it is, there it is. That's big, that is very big. That is big.
This is a monstrous Amazon ray, easily strong enough to drag me overboard or a woman to her death if it also has the necessary weaponry. To find that out, I need to get it to shore.
I need a sort of a beach, a gently sloping beach.
Unfortunately, here in the dark, all I've got is a slippery, steep bank. And this is no ordinary river monster.
Any normal fish in this situation, no problem at all, I just grab it. The thing about this fish is I try and grab it, it perceives that as even more of an insult, more of an attack. And somewhere down here, there is a very nasty spine, and I don't want that going anywhere near me. Here it is. I really thought I wasn't going to get this in. I was using a 150-pound main line, braid, 100-pound nylon, and then 150-pound Kevlar. And this thing, when it took, it just went. If I didn't have a drag on my reel, I would have been in the water. On a rod and line, you get a real sense of the power. And this thing here, well, if those spines, and there's two of them there, if they went in your leg and came out, that would be very bad news. But if they didn't come out and remained attached, that would be even worse. If this thing decided to go and it decided to head off for the deep water and you're attached, there's nothing, absolutely nothing you could do about it.
Having felt the raw power of this Colombian river monster, I now have no doubt about the fate of the honeymoon bride.
A fish like this could easily have been responsible.
I believe a ray this size with this weaponry was to blame, and this young woman didn't stand a chance. It must have struck in a heartbeat, then dragged her into the Amazon's shadowy depths. I've spent a lot of time in the Amazon, but Colombia's giant rays are new to me. And local scientists don't know how many there are in these waters or how big they grow. But one thing is certain, the honeymoon bride was not the first, nor will she be the last, to experience their deadly strike and awesome power. My name is Jeremy Wade. For 30 years I've traveled the world in search of legendary river monsters.
I think that he would have drowned me.
It's the most brutal thing you'll ever witness.
This fish can take a small person in one mouthful.
I've uncovered creatures that people didn't believe were out there.
They do exist, they do exist.
But all the time, there's been something lurking in my own backyard. Unmentioned, ignored, but whose legend looms larger than any other. The mother of all freshwater monster myths, Loch Ness. I had drawn a line at this challenge, but I've learned over the years that there's no smoke without fire. And now, I can't ignore the legend any longer. But can I get any closer to the creature at its heart? On an epic journey that turns into a personal obsession, I'll travel from the depths of Loch Ness to frozen wastelands and beyond, in my quest to reveal what's behind the legend of Loch Ness. The legend of the Loch Ness Monster is known all around the world. And whether you believe there is a creature in there or not, no one can doubt the story's grip on the imagination.
Often in my investigations, I only have one vague report to go on, but at Loch Ness, there may have been more than 1,000 sightings.
This mystery is swamped with alleged evidence that I have to wade through. Many of the reports have conflicting descriptions, so it's virtually impossible to pick out the shreds of truth.
And we now know that some of the most iconic monster photos are fakes. Separating the fact from the fantasy that surrounds this legendary river monster is going to be a monumental challenge. This loch is more than deep enough to hide a monstrous secret, but what is it?
The loch cuts through the heart of the Scottish Highlands. But before heading there, I start my investigation in Scotland's oldest museum, the Hunterian in Glasgow. I'm here to examine a very special exhibit.
This is the fossilized skeleton of a prehistoric aquatic reptile called a plesiosaur. For many people, this is what they've come to believe the Loch Ness Monster is. But it's hard for me to fully embrace that idea.
And not because this creature's prehistoric. Many of the monsters I've caught in my investigations swam in rivers and seas at the same time as the plesiosaur.
This is a true dinosaur of the deep. And not because of space. The loch is big enough and deep enough to hide a creature this large. For me, the major issue with this theory is the fact that the plesiosaur is a reptile. Now, all reptiles, even those that live in water, are air breathers. This animal would have to come to the surface several times every day to breathe, and surfacing makes you visible. Now, I find it very hard to believe that a lake as highly scrutinized as Loch Ness could hide an air breather for so long.
So if this monster isn't hiding in the vast Scottish loch, what is? Loch Ness is the largest freshwater lake in Great Britain. More than 700 feet deep and 22 miles long. It fills a channel carved by glaciers along a fault line created when the landmass carrying Scotland crashed into Scandinavia 400 million years ago. Ancient, dark, and very cold, what secrets hide in its lightless waters?
Most of the mysteries that I investigate are fairly obscure, known only to a few local people, but this case is very different. Loch Ness is a place that is known about worldwide. But does that mean that looking under the surface here is too much to take on?
I have to believe it isn't. People have always said there's something sinister in the water here, but it took until the early 20th century for the monster to finally surface.
Before the 1930s, this road that I'm driving on didn't exist, so there wasn't really access for people to get to the side of the loch here. But as soon as the road was in place, well, that was when the famous sightings happened, and that's when the Loch Ness Monster acquired its international fame.
The most famous sighting happened in 1933, when a local couple, Mr. and Mrs. Mackay, were driving along the newly improved Inverness Road. Suddenly, Mrs. Mackay caught sight of a giant creature in the water with a whale-like back. But by the time her husband had stopped the car, it had gone. The local paper published a report using the word monster in connection with the loch for the very first time, and a legend was born. Around 1 million people a year visit this part of Scotland, many hoping to get a glimpse of the monster. Some search for a lifetime in vain. But Val Moffat had only been living on the loch for a year when, just like the Mackays, she spotted something from the road.
I was driving up the hill. I'd come back from Inverness. I looked across the bay and I saw this dark lump in the water. Sort of slate grey colours, shiny from the water that was all over it. It looked like a boat that had turned upside down. And I thought, oh, what's that? Oh, crikey, it's got to be the monster. I would have loved to have pulled in and watched it, but there was traffic close behind me. It was impossible to stop. I glanced maybe 3-4 times. And the final time it was gone.
So how did you know that this thing was alive?
It was a completely different size to the waves, and it wasn't moving like the waves do. I've never seen a wave as big as it. There was a lady who lived round the corner, and she had seen it 13 times, and she saw exactly the same as I did.
Right, that's interesting. So the sort of stereotypical picture that we all have of many loops or a body and then a neck, the actual people who live here and who've seen something, it's not like that. It's more like an upturned boat hull.
Yes, definitely. I think it's just something with a solid body.
Val is very clear that what she saw was the monster, and she also knows other people who've seen it. And what they saw was the same thing, which very definitely wasn't this multi-humped sea serpent that is the common depiction of the monster. It's time to start applying my monster hunting skills to get to the bottom of this mystery. The word loch is the Scottish Gaelic name for a lake or sea inlet, and this one is so vast that it could almost swallow Manhattan. Although it's in my backyard, this will be the first time I've cast a line into its dark, unfathomable waters. Clearly, I'm not expecting to pull out a monster right away. My first step is to find out what fish it could be feeding on. So this is really fishing at its simplest. This is the classic thing the little boy does when he first goes fishing. It's just a worm, or a nightcrawler as they're sometimes called, on a hook. Cast it out. It's got movement, it's got smell. What could resist that? I've no clue what might be lurking beneath us. But if something is tempted by my wriggling bait, then it will give me my first insight into the dark depths of the world's most mysterious body of water. Here we go, here we go, here we go. I think so. It looks like I've hooked the slimiest creature in the loch. One of the stereotypical pictures of the Loch Ness Monster is something that's quite snake-like. It's a long animal with humps which poke out of the water. And here we go. This is a snake-like fish that lives in the water. This is a freshwater eel. This slippery predator is a native fish once caught here for food, but now critically endangered. The only thing is, this one's probably 3/4 of a pound, something like that. But at the very biggest, you're going to get one here, 4 or 5 pounds maybe. So what, 3-4 feet long? Could the European eel be food for a much larger creature? One that somehow remains hidden. I carry on fishing, but the only creatures biting are more eels. So I'm beginning to wonder whether these extremely deep, dark waters are able to support much life at all, when I come across a man who might have some answers. Scientist Adrian Shine has scrutinized these obscure waters for more than 40 years. He's responsible for the most audacious survey ever undertaken on the loch, which deployed 20 vessels to sweep the loch with sonar. They didn't find a monster. Adrian now believes that the surface action of the 700-foot deep loch can be deceiving, creating illusions in the waves.
You've only got to look at boat wakes on a calm day, and you will see lots and lots of multi-humped sea serpents, and this was recognized by the early investigators of the subject.
For more than a century, large boats have sailed the 22-mile-long loch, parallel to shore, sending out rolling wakes behind them. These can still be disturbing the surface half an hour after the boat has gone, and they are clearly visible from the road.
A bit more difficult to explain the plesiosaur, that marine reptile contemporary with the dinosaurs, with the long neck, the single hump. Water birds might account for that. There are a host of things that can account for it. Logs can be seen floating on Loch Ness. Logs can be seen apparently swimming against the wind. The stereotypes, and certainly the classic pictures, may have nothing to do with what is actually living, maybe, or be seen in Loch Ness. But it doesn't mean that monstrous things cannot be seen there.
But is it possible, though, that if you discount the boat wakes and things like floating logs, that there still could be something animate in here?
The fish that we have in here, salmon, the brown trout, the sea trout, the Arctic char, all those fish have come up from the sea, up the 7 miles of the River Ness.
Does that leave room for possibly a large creature coming up the river from the sea?
We've become aware over the last 20 years that seals enter the loch quite often. They follow the salmon up and they leave again because they wouldn't be sustained by the loch.
Male grey seals can grow to almost 8 feet and 700 pounds. But Adrian thinks that even larger aquatic monsters could be visiting from the open sea. Sturgeon. Oh! But sturgeon don't have any teeth, and the earlier story said that the monster had enough bite to kill a man. Is there another, more toothy and ultimately lethal candidate out there? The River Ness, which connects the loch to the sea, opens up an ocean of possibilities.
I think it's clear that no known freshwater creature could account for the sightings I've been hearing about. But there is this connection, the River Ness, between Loch Ness and the sea. And from past experience, I know that sometimes large saltwater creatures can make their way inland.
The most notorious is the deadly bull shark. But these top predators are warm water hunters. They need temperatures in the 60s and above. They couldn't survive here in the frigid 40s of the loch. It's well known that the Firth is home to whales and dolphins, but like the plesiosaur, these are air breathers and easily recognizable. I've one more lead to follow up, that ancient tale which originated in the Scottish Highlands, the story of a man killed by a water beast in the River Ness. This might be my last chance to find a clue to the identity of the monster here. In the 6th century, St. Columba came to this part of Scotland to convert the pagan inhabitants known as Picts to Christianity. At the same time, he banished a beast from the River Ness. I've arranged to meet archaeologist Kate McCulloch, who's an expert on the history and legends of the area.
Columba comes upon a scene where a man has been brought out of the water. He's completely brutalized by some sort of water beast, a river monster. The people of the area around the River Ness are terrified.
But Columba isn't afraid. He sends one of his followers out into the river, and the monster rises from the depths again.
Columba demonstrates the power of his god by banishing this beast, telling it to go from the river. And presumably sending it down the river towards the loch.
Is there any description of the creature in here?
There's nothing to suggest anything about the actual physicality of the monster, just a disturbance of the water.
The Picts didn't leave any written records of their own, but Kate has unearthed stone carvings, which might give me an insight into the identity of this savage creature.
This is known as the Pictish beast and is generally recognized to be some sort of river or loch monster. It's a folklore that is not exclusive to the north of Scotland. There's certainly a connection to Norse Scandinavian sources with this particular sea or river or loch monster.
Kate's offered clues that send my investigation in a new direction, much further back in history and possibly over the cold northern seas, with the revelation that these centuries-old Scottish monster myths may have Viking connections. Viking longships sailed thousands of miles over the northern Atlantic. Raiding parties from Scandinavia stormed and colonized Scotland, and they established a remote outpost on Iceland. These incredibly tough warriors were convinced that these cold seas were home to monsters. The Vikings wrote down their legends around 800 years ago, up here in Iceland, where some ancient texts have survived to this day. To pursue this hunch that the Vikings may hold the key to the Legend of Loch Ness, I now have to head to the edge of the Arctic Circle. Iceland is a land of fire and ice, a frozen island literally ripped apart by volcanic activity. Unlike Scotland's ancient rocks, Iceland is constantly forged anew. Top pilot and rally champion Ómar Ragnarsson, now in his 70s, takes me on a white-knuckle ride to show me where most of the island's fresh water is locked up. Processes that form this island normally take place out of sight beneath the ocean. But here, that molten rock pushes up into the air. But then what happens, because it's so far north, is that is then ground down by ice. So what you've got here is just naked geology, a totally unique landscape. Iceland sits right on the edge of the Arctic Circle. 11% of the island's surface is permanently buried under ice and glaciers. Meltwaters feed into hundreds of lakes and rivers, flowing endlessly out to sea. Since Viking times, Icelanders have told countless stories of dangerous water monsters. My travels have shown me that the origins of so many myths lie in real flesh and blood creatures, and I won't give up until I get a real flesh and blood creature in my hands. The people of this remote, frozen island have always fed themselves from the sea. Fishing is in the Icelanders' DNA. It doesn't take me long to get my first lead about an aggressive hunter of the deep from a sea fisherman called Bergthor.
It's just a pure muscle kind of fish with a big head, big teeth.
He also gives me some grisly remains. This is the steinbiter, which apparently means stone biter, and you've got these very sharp teeth here, clearly very powerful jaws. I don't think you'd want your hand too near a live one of these. I've only got the creature's head to go on, so I've no idea what the rest of this fearsome predator looks like. The only way to find out about it, and whatever else lives in these waters, is to get a line in.
Something down there. So there we go, famous cod. Classic 3 dorsal fins and that the beard, the barbel in the middle of the chin. It shows there's fish down here anyway, but it's still not what I'm after.
I'm going to bring a second rod into play to try and tempt a toothy predator out of hiding. The fish I'm bringing in,
coalfish, small flatfish,
would be as familiar to the ancient Vikings.
Oh, there's something on there.
As they are to their Icelandic descendants today.
So that's a nice sized haddock, really nice looking fish.
But the abundance of smaller fish has muddied the waters.
Well, if nothing else, I've seen how rich these waters are, but That's really part of the problem. This promising lead that I had from the fisherman, the stone biter, well, what's happening is the smaller fish are just reaching the bait, tearing it apart before this toothy, powerful fish can even get a look in. So far, I'm not catching anything monstrous enough to inspire terror in the Vikings. But I've heard of a lake in the east that many Icelanders believe is home to an ancient water monster, Lake Liafljót. The thing that really strikes me about this lake is just how similar it looks to Loch Ness. It's very long, but comparatively quite narrow, and clearly in places it's very deep. The big difference, though, is the water. This lake is fed by water that flows down directly from a glacier, which is still grinding rocks to dust. These waters are permanently clouded by sediment. Loch Ness, the visibility is pretty poor, but here it's almost non-existent. You wouldn't see anything at all in this water unless it was breaking the surface. But that's exactly what happened last spring. A stunned farmer saw ancient legend turn into living reality when he looked out of his kitchen window. So can you tell me what... I meet Icelander Hjörtur Kjærulf to find out exactly what emerged from these murky waters. So he's in the kitchen, right here, making his morning cup of coffee, looking out the window, saw something. At first didn't really register it, but then noticed that there was something strange in the water and went to get his camera. Hjörtur captured the first video footage of a creature long described as the Liafljót worm in the melting lake ice of spring. And this was just outside here. The position of it was literally just a matter of yards, 10 or 15 yards away from the bank down here. He said it was moving like a snake. It appeared to be going slightly against the current. So how long was it there for? How long did you watch it for? It was there for a long time. He watched it for several minutes. He started here and then he went outside. And eventually he just went off because he had work to do. When eventually he got back, it was dark. The next day it had gone. There's no question that Hjörtur believes what he filmed is real, and it fits the description of a creature reported here for hundreds of years. I'm sure his video is genuine, not a malicious fake like some of the footage or images from Loch Ness. The most famous photograph there was later revealed to be of a sculpted model mounted on a toy submarine. Some believe that Hjörtur's footage shows surface ice flowing around a fishing net that's snagged on a submerged branch. But others are convinced it is the beast of legend. Its remarkably reptilian head is exactly what you might expect from an aquatic predator. The only way I can come to any conclusions is to find out for myself. But the cloudy waters here don't give anything away. Just looking at the water up close, it's really thick. You can hardly see into it at all, so it's hard to imagine anything here operating as a sight predator. So it's not just what's in the water, but also me that's operating blind here. It seems like this monster may have melted away with the ice. But like Loch Ness, the Liafljót legend has endured for centuries. Given the Vikings' intimate relationship with everything aquatic, I wonder whether some of their tales of mythical beasts are not imaginary, but actual accounts of what's in the water. I need to take a look at the origins of Hjörtur's lake monster. I've heard of a man who might be able to help me. A priest and historian who's made it his mission to uncover and catalogue all of Iceland's water monsters. Sigurdur Einarsson shows me a national treasure, a 400-year-old map, literally covered in water beasts. Are there stories about some of these creatures?
Yes, there are stories about them. This is most certainly the lingback. It was supposed to be the largest of all whales. Lingback means trees on its back, like on an island. It was supposed to be very big. Very big.
Are there any drawings or records of large fish in the Icelandic waters?
We have a story from the 10th century in the sagas about a boy who was asked to carry a big fish from a boat. If he could do it, then he was to keep it. He succeeded in doing this. Some say this is one of the shark species he was carrying.
So even though we're talking cold northern water here, you've got sharks swimming off Iceland?
Yes, we have.
I'd never considered that a shark could be a contender for a Viking terror. It's clearly no species I've caught before. I don't know of any predatory giants coming this far north. So what's this huge shark called?
Hákarl. It also means the one, and has been eaten through the ages in Iceland. It's a delicacy, actually.
So they eat it to this day?
Yeah. It's very nice.
This is an extraordinary piece of information. Could a cold water predatory shark have a place in the Legend of Loch Ness? If it has the iconic dorsal fin of most sharks, surely that would give it away. I need to find out more. Sigurður has told me that there's a remote farm in a desert of hardened lava where they still prepare these giant sharks to eat. The hanging chunks of flesh don't give away any clues as to what the whole animal might look like. Guðjón Hildebrandson's family has prepared hákarl meat at their isolated farm since his grandfather's day.
Hello. When the meat is fresh, it's toxic. So that's why we do this fermentation process.
Learning that its flesh is laced with poison only adds to the sinister aura surrounding this mysterious shark. Apparently, fermentation breaks down the toxin, but releases a pungent smell of ammonia. The flesh I'm about to taste smells of urine.
It's got a really strong aftertaste. It really kicks in. It really kicks in the back of the throat after you've taken the first bit. It's not like anything I've tasted before.
Yeah, it's unique.
But I can imagine, though, you know, in the old days, I mean, you've got a big fish, you can't eat it all in one go. It's wasteful just to throw it away. You've got to do something with it. So this is a traditional method. How big is the whole animal?
They are from maybe 10 till 20 feet, and from then they are maybe 1,000 till 2,500 pounds. Wow. So they are quite big.
You don't happen to have a whole one here by any chance, do you, that I can have a look at?
But give me a second.
Right. Oh, right, okay.
This is his mouth. This is a jaw.
These jaws are peculiar. This shark has two quite distinct types of teeth.
So these ones will grip the food, whatever it is, and, and then they shake the head, is it?
Yeah.
So these ones will then cut it. God, just almost cut myself there. Yeah, right.
These jaws belong to a potent predator. Seal, whale, and even polar bear meat and body parts have turned up in its stomach.
Things have taken a very dramatic and strange turn. Who would have thought that in these waters there is a massive shark that grows to well in excess of 1,000 pounds?
The only predatory sharks I know of that grow that big can't survive in these near-Arctic seas.
And just from those teeth alone, I can tell that it's not like any shark I've encountered before, but these people here have been catching it and eating it for centuries.
These sharks are no longer fished for deliberately. They turn up as bycatch on commercial boats. Now, I only have one course of action: to get onto a boat and hope it will bring in one of these giants. But there's a problem. It turns out a lot of these boats have already caught their quotas, so they're not actually putting out to sea again. And those that are staying out for weeks, if not months at a time, so I can't do that. It really looks as if I've run into something of a dead end. I've come so far, I won't give up now. Eventually, I get the name of a fisherman who can catch them. But not here in Iceland. He's 1,000 miles away, in Norway. I'm heading to the former capital of the Viking seafaring kingdom, Trondheim. I've been given the name of a professional fisherman who works in the 80-mile-long fjord that connects Trondheim to the sea. I'm told he's one of the few who can help me catch this mysterious giant shark on rod and line. I hear that Frederick Cullen even has photographs of this strange beast.
They don't have this huge dorsal fin, very little dorsal fin, and they're grey or almost black.
Although I've never seen one in the flesh, I recognize this animal. In Iceland, it's called the hákarl, but I know it as the Greenland shark, a creature all but unknown to modern science, and first filmed in the wild only 10 years ago. Greenland sharks live further north than any other shark, and they're the only shark to hunt under Arctic ice. Their range exactly coincides with the Vikings' kingdom, from Greenland to Iceland to Norway, and most significantly, Scotland. We know that the Vikings ate its flesh, so this monstrous creature is one they must have been very familiar with. But ironically, we know almost nothing about these animals. So the only way I'll be able to tell if they're capable of inspiring the legend is to catch one. But this is going to be a monumental challenge. Here, these monsters live at the bottom of a 2,000-foot deep fjord. Trying to get some perspective on this, I picture them as a handful of rice grains randomly scattered on the bottom of a swimming pool, and have to fight the urge to give up now. This will be the first time I've ever tried to fish at such staggering depths, and I don't have much time to learn a whole new methodology. It's the end of autumn. As soon as winter closes in, shark fishing in this fjord will be impossible.
We try to hit the borderline between the rock and the clay. It seems like they're cruising around along these edges here, searching for food.
The logistics of working at these depths involve a great deal of precision, effort, and care. Get caught in this rope, and you'll be on a one-way trip to the bottom of the fjord.
We're going to be using somewhere between 800 and 1,000 meters of anchor line here.
Right, so that's a good half a mile of anchor line. I'll be using the longest lines I've ever fished with, so thick nylon monofilament is out. It would create too much drag in the current, and the reel would have to be enormous. Instead, I'm using woven braid. It's very fine and very strong, but it does have a fatal flaw.
We use these long mono traces for protection of the braid.
Yeah.
And the skin is like very rough sandpaper.
So if the skin touches that, then it just goes
immediately.
I get to work baiting the lines, while Frederick checks our position with first mate Willem. But there's already a problem. We've actually drifted out of position. The anchor has dragged, so we're going through the whole process again. It's taken an hour of manoeuvring, but half a mile of anchor line now has to come in before the boat's repositioned and it's thrown out again. We've baited up the lines, and what we're going to do now is just check that we're not drifting, and then we'll just put them all down. If we're lucky, we'll stay here. We won't have to re-anchor. My lines are descending into a vast hidden landscape, like a submerged Grand Canyon. But Frederick's sonar can't reveal any sharks prowling down there. They're too deep, and their bodies are too dense to be distinguished from the bottom of the abyss in which they're hunting.
So we've got all the lines out now. It's just a question of waiting.
If a shark does take the bait, the only clue will be a movement of the rod top that doesn't fit with the movement of the boat. But there's no predicting when one might strike. After 2 hours, we bring all the lines up to check the baits. Between the 4 rods, that's almost 1.5 miles of line, carrying 20 pounds of metal weights, reeled in by hand. My whole arm is burning.
Right, that's why we have to check the baits periodically, because they just get chewed by smaller fish. There's a possibility a shark could take that, but I mean, that's not a very effective, appetizing bait. So that's why I spent 25 minutes bringing them up to have a look.
All the hooks have to be rebaited and the lines reset 2,000 feet below. With every line finely tuned, the wait begins again.
That's interesting. It's sort of... Oh, wait a minute. See that?
Is there a movement?
Yeah, that's sort of pulling.
Yeah. Put on the harness.
Oh, see, holding it?
Yeah.
The harness should stop the rod being wrenched from my hands by a heavyweight giant.
There is definitely something there.
Yeah, there is.
And it feels like it weighs a ton.
Start reeling the other one.
The other lines have to come up before I can bring in the beast on the end of mine. If they don't, the fish could become tangled and trapped beneath the boat.
Think it might? That's a very big skate, isn't it?
That is a Norwegian skate.
It's a Norwegian skate.
This bizarre creature of the fjord floor was first described here in Trondheim. It's an extremely rare sight at the surface. The fantastical imagination of the Nordic map makers now seems quite tame compared with the reality of what's down there.
It's a very impressive looking animal, very strange looking animal, but very rare as well. Apparently Frederick's saying only 4 of these caught on rod and line before. So we've got to remember, we've got to take a tissue sample. These things don't come to the light very often at all.
Frederick works with a scientist at Tromsø University who collects all the data from his catches of sharks and skates.
It's the right colour for the fish that I want. The skin underneath certainly has got that rough feel, but it's completely the wrong shape. Skates are flattened sharks, and this is a very strange looking skate, but it's still not the fish I'm looking for.
We have to tag it and measure it as quickly as possible.
125 across.
125 across.
4 foot across by nearly 6 foot nose to tail. Sharks and skates are among the few fish that can survive being brought up from such depths. They haven't evolved the gas-filled swim bladders of other fish that can rupture on the way up.
And that thing is a bit like an alien, a real weird-looking thing, living in a weird environment.
Some people spend their lives waiting for such a chance encounter with a monster, both here and at Loch Ness.
The big Greenland shark still eludes me. That thing is actually rarer. Where's the shark?
Hours melt into days, and I begin to lose myself in the eerie whistling of the lines. After fishing 400 rod hours and reeling in 50 miles of line, is my luck about to change?
Was it a good nod or? Oh yeah. feel some real weight now?
Yes.
Yes.
That is,
Good man.
that is not the lead, that's a fish. It's my last chance. But is it the monster I've come so far to find? Could be another 50 yards, it could be another 100. I've never had to haul any fish up such an extraordinary distance, way higher than the Empire State Building. There's a pulsing, there's a very, very sort of slow pulsing.
It's rolling, it's rolling. You have to, that's what you feel.
If this is a Greenland shark and its rough skin touches the braid, the line will sever and I'll lose my last chance. It's very important the other lines come in to make sure that we don't get tangled. I think it's getting near the boat. It's probably aware of the boat now. Leader's in sight. Okay.
There she is. There she is.
The Greenland shark. It's just too big to bring on board. We'd only injure it trying. We'll have to tie it alongside. It's a monstrous thing to find this far inland and to bring up from such a depth as well, but we're just trying to get the tail rope on it now. By the standards of what normally lives inland, this is huge, this is monstrous. Willem's reckoning possibly 400 pounds. Despite their enormous size, they're a mystery to science. We know virtually nothing about how they live, breed or hunt. Small dorsal fin, that's not your normal erect sharp dorsal fin. If this was actually at the surface, you wouldn't see that characteristic triangle cutting the surface. It'd be just more of a smooth hump. But if I want to get a closer look, and if the fish can't come to me in the boat, I have to go to the fish. I've no choice but to get into the freezing water with the world's largest predatory shark after the great white. This water, even through the dry suit and about 5 layers of undergarments, is cold. It's cold, and this thing lives in it all the time. But not up here, nearly half a mile down. Dark brown in colour. If this came up and did break the surface, you wouldn't actually think it was a shark. You wouldn't know what it was. It has got this sort of upturned boat hull appearance. What a beast this is. It's believed they'll eat almost anything they come across down in the abyssal depths. No one yet knows what potential threat they pose to humans. I've lost the front of the shark. I'm a bit too close to the business end. I'm going to come back a little bit. I think it's probably getting close to the time when we should actually slip the hook out and let it go back to the depths. Yep. Okay. Yeah, what you saw there. As I clamber out of the freezing fjord, Frederick tags the shark in case it ever surfaces again. Good, hook's out, tail rope to go. Oh, it's gone already, and it just seems very unreal now that it was here. A lot of people, even living around here, no idea that creatures like that are almost right under their noses. But could this mysterious giant be the creature behind the Legend of Loch Ness? I've considered the contenders, from whales and dolphins, to seals and sturgeon, and even plesiosaurs. But one by one, I've had to dismiss them all. But in Iceland, the home of the Vikings' monster myths, I came across a real contender.
Hákarl. It also means the one.
That ultimately led me to the one, the Greenland shark in this abyssal fjord in Norway. But what I'm realizing now is just how special that encounter was, to see that creature rise from the depths on the end of my line. I've seen this thing myself, I know it exists. And I believe it could have inspired some of the monster stories that the Vikings passed between generations and across the lands they conquered. From experience, I've learned that many legends hold a grain of truth. And I'm now wondering whether not just the myth, but the animal itself ever surfaced in Loch Ness. My journey has led me to a remarkable, immense predator that is so secretive that we know almost nothing about it.
But what we do know is that it lives in exactly the right part of the world, where it hunts in almost unimaginably deep, dark and cold water. But on rare occasions, it's also known to rise up near the surface. And if you were one of the very few people to witness this creature in the flesh, you'd have no doubt that you'd seen a monster. Perhaps even the ultimate river monster, the legend of legends. But who would believe you? I'm Jeremy Wade, biologist, extreme angler, monster hunter. I've travelled the world to solve seemingly inexplicable freshwater deaths, uncovering monstrous culprits lurking below the surface. Now I'm on the trail of the most brutal attack I've ever heard of.
It's extremely gruesome.
A man killed when something in the water ripped off his face. To track down this culprit, I have to journey to the remote heart of South America.
Nobody really knows what's down there.
Where the battle for survival is fiercest. What have I gotten myself into?
Just bone was left, everything else was eaten.
But once I'm on the trail of a river monster, there's no turning back. I've now been travelling to South America for 20 years. And whenever I return, I find new horrors hiding in its waters.
I recently came across a grim report from only a year ago. A young man was swimming across a South American river.
Suddenly, he started struggling and then disappeared below the surface. He was only underwater for a matter of moments before being pulled out, but it was already too late. He was dead.
But this was no drowning, as he had highly unusual injuries. According to the report, something under the water tore his face off, while leaving the rest of his body untouched.
The river monster behind this attack sounds truly terrifying, but I don't have much to go on. The report is brief, with barely any detail.
In this internet age, we're used to having all the information we want at our fingertips. This story, however, comes from a part of the world beyond its reach. When you're dealing with an information black hole, the only way of delving deeper is to go there.
All I know is that the death happened on the Rio Yata, which flows through northern Bolivia, a country I've never been to. This is a very remote region, practically cut off from the rest of Bolivia by impenetrable forest. The best way for me to get there is to fly to Brazil, then drive the perilous roads to the river that forms the border. This is a very poor and dangerous part of the world, where cocaine smuggling touches everything. In the near absence of roads, rivers are the main highways, especially for organised crime.
There are miles and miles of river where anybody can slip across unnoticed.
As soon as I cross over into Bolivia, I start asking questions.
Una preguntita. ¿Ustedes saben algo del accidente aquí en este río o año pasado?
But nobody has heard about the death I'm here to investigate.
No? No of you? No, she doesn't know anything. Hasn't heard anything at all.
The only lead I can follow is the river itself. The Rio Yata twists and turns for 650 miles through dense jungle, and the fatal attack happened somewhere along here. My plan is to work my way along the river, stopping at any sign of habitation along its banks, asking questions and seeking clues in my mission to solve this murder mystery. My guide is Luis, the only motorboat owner I could find who's willing to take me through this wilderness.
This river hasn't been explored by scientists. Nobody really knows what's down there, so it could be the perfect place for an as yet undiscovered monster to be lurking.
I need to keep an open mind as to the killer's identity. I want to get my line into the water and start gathering leads, no matter how small. I don't have to wait long. It looks like some kind of freshwater stingray.
I'm going to try and slide it on to the beach here.
It may not be the biggest monster in the river, but stingrays are the most feared fish in South America. Known as the wish-you-were-dead fish, they're responsible for countless injuries every year. Stab-proof gloves protect me from the venomous, barbed tail.
This is a creature that is potentially very dangerous to people. If you stepped on it and this thing stuck in your leg, it's very, very painful. But if you don't treat the wound, that can become septic. And the worst case scenario there is actually for that to go gangrenous. Remove the limb. If you don't do that, that's fatal as well. The main one's about 4 inches long, and there's a small one coming through underneath. And I think the principle is a bit like what happens in sharks. When their teeth fall out, they're replaced by other ones coming from behind. And I think when this main spine falls out, gets damaged, there's another one waiting to take its place.
But as dangerous as its tail is, this stingray doesn't have the hardware to tear somebody's face off.
It hasn't really got teeth. Well, it has, but they're so close together that it forms almost like a grinding plate. There's a bit of roughness there, almost like tiles, but each tile slightly pointed, and the actual jaw is quite muscular. It's got good crushing force there.
Without the weaponry to rip flesh from bone, the river stingray is off my suspect list. So far, the Rio Yata hasn't given up any clues to the fate of the man with the missing face. But like illicit goods, news travels fast along rivers. And if the gruesome death happened anywhere nearby, a local fisherman would probably be the first to hear.
Somebody here who looks like he's fishing, so I'm going to nip in and just have a bit of a chat. Now, scientists might not know what's under the water here, but the locals tend to have a pretty good idea. Es posible encostar?
First meetings can be tense here. Drug running is commonplace, so the locals are wary of outsiders.
¿Ha pescado algo?
Nada.
Nada?
He seems willing to talk, so I ask him about the grisly death.
No conozco nada.
No, okay. Oh, he says he doesn't know anything about the accident last year. Peces grandes?
Peces grandes son.
I've just said, are there any dangerous fish in here? He says, yes, there's one that will attack people and can drown them.
A child was recently killed by one along the river here. Two boys went down to the river's edge to check on a line that had been set the night before. As one of them pulled in the line, his feet got tangled up in the coils. Suddenly, the line snapped tight as a huge fish took off. The little boy was no match for this fish's strength, and just like the defaced man, they couldn't get help to him in time.
They pulled on the line, shot the fish, and when they pulled it in, the missing lad was actually in its stomach. I've asked him to draw it because local names are very confusing. They don't often tell you very much. In the absence of a scientific name, in the absence of the actual body to look at, a good description with a drawing is hopefully going to tell me something.
No scales. It just has skin. So that means it's probably a catfish of some sort. Big head.
Aquí en esta aleta que lleva encima, así. Lleva una larga, tiene una antenita.
Okay, okay. Right, he's saying it's got a big tentacle coming off the dorsal fin. No, that's pretty much a giveaway. That sounds like, if it's the size that he's saying as well, that sounds like it's a Piraiba.
Piraiba! Here we go.
This story sounds unlikely, but I've long known that Piraiba can be lethal.
The real monster of the Amazon.
After investigating a story of a fisherman swallowed by one. But despite their size and power, they have tiny teeth packed into rough pads. Although a big one could swallow a person, they're not capable of clinically removing somebody's face. Before I continue on my way, the fisherman is quick to remind me that I must go carefully.
Yeah, he's saying you've got to be careful in this river. He said there's lots of things in this water that can attack you and that are potentially dangerous.
I continue my journey, bend by snaking bend, on the lookout for any clues. And fishing every likely spot, day and night. I also talk to any villagers or fishermen I come across, until finally I meet someone who's heard about the death.
Sentido aquí o más abajo? Lejos o cerca? Lejito.
Well, I'm going in the right direction. He says it's downstream from here, but he says it's quite away.
He tells me a bit more detail about the death.
What he heard was that just bone was left, everything else was eaten. Another fairly gruesome detail in addition to what I've heard already.
This is a significant piece of information. Whatever attacked the man didn't just make a grab for his head, it sounds like it was actually feeding on him. I've been travelling the river for 3 days now, and I haven't caught anything capable of doing that kind of damage. But all that could be about to change.
What's this? What's this? Oh! Here we go, here we go. Red-bellied piranha. Ah, there's a very audible crunch going on there. This is the most notorious of the piranhas. It's got very sharp teeth, which interlock a bit like scissor blades. And looking at this one, what's very characteristic, it's got a very solid, broad head. And what this largely means is there's a lot of musculature under the gills there in the sort of the cheek region behind the eye. That's the force behind these cutting blades.
They may have the hardware, but after 20 years of fishing in South America, I've come to the conclusion that most of the time their bloodthirsty reputation isn't much more than Hollywood hype. To prove it, I've jumped into piranha-infested rivers. I've even sat in a pool full of them, without getting so much as a nip.
These piranhas were tearing into a piece of dead meat just a couple of minutes ago, but they're just not interested in me.
And dead meat is the clue. Few aquatic hunters would turn down an easy meal of a dead animal. And when I investigated a story of a whole bus full of people reportedly eaten alive by piranhas, it turned out that the wounds were inflicted after they'd drowned.
I've not heard, as yet, a confirmed report of these actually killing a healthy adult.
So piranhas aren't on my suspect list. But somewhere in this river, there's a freshwater killer, and I'm determined to find it. With my guide Louise, I travel further down the river without seeing any sign of human habitation, until we finally come across a small village. I still don't know where the attack took place or even the victim's name. So I'm hoping somebody here can start filling in the blanks.
Senor, senora. Doesn't look like there's anyone at home here.
The first few people I speak with know nothing.
Okay, okay.
But my persistence pays off.
¿Usted sabe algo?
Sí. ¿Sobre de qué? Más o menos de lo que ha sucedido.
Sí.
Oscar Barbosa es.
I've got a name and a place. The man's name was Oscar Barbosa.
De aquí de la comunidad Rosario del Llata hasta Santa Teresita dicta un día.
It was on the river here, a village called Santa Teresita.
Sí.
And that's about a day away from here, traveling on the river. Gracias.
Okay.
I'm finally on the right track. I've been told that the village I'm looking for is at a ferry crossing.
So I think this is it. I think this is the place where it happened. This is the place where I'm getting off the boat. This is the village where Oscar died, and if I'm going to get answers anywhere, it's going to be here.
But very quickly I discover that Santa Teresita is practically abandoned. There's very little employment in these remote villages, and many people have to leave for weeks at a time to follow seasonal work. I find a few people left who have heard of the attack, but they weren't in the village at the time and seem reluctant to talk about it.
I'm having trouble finding anybody who saw what happened. There's actually very few people around. There's lots of houses, but a lot of them seem to be empty. I'm just thinking if it happened on a day like today, there wouldn't really be many people around to witness it. But what I have heard, second-hand, is that apparently Oscar wasn't from here. He was on his way through.
They say he came from a town called Guayra-Marin. I'm told that one minute he was on the ferry boat, and the next they were dragging his body from the water. There's a villager who saw the whole thing and recovered his body. But he's not here now, and they don't know when he'll be back. He says if I want to know more, perhaps I should try to find Oscar's family in Guayra-Marin. So the only way to push my investigation on is to leave behind the attack site I've only just discovered and head for the town. But I don't have much choice if I want to get to the bottom of this case. I now have a name to go on. And when I get into town, I track down a man named Juan, a relative of Oscar's mother, who takes me to her house. This is a sensitive situation. She lost her son only 12 months ago. I don't want to intrude, so I decide to leave the camera outside. But I've hit a brick wall. She's refusing to talk about Oscar's death. Outside, Juan explains that it might not all be down to grief.
Obviously, part of this is the fact that she's still very upset by this. But he's also saying that some people have been getting to her in some way, saying that she's not to talk about this to other people. So, you know, there's something going on here. Something's not quite right.
From past experience, I've found that people are normally grateful for any attempt to make sense of the death of a loved one. This reaction makes me suspect that something else could be going on. Juan points me in the direction of a local journalist named Dorian, who reported on Oscar's death at the time. I'm hoping he can help me with some details surrounding the case.
Las dificultades que hemos encontrado como comunicador social, primero encontrar la familia.
It sounds like he hit a number of dead ends when reporting this case. He had a name of a police officer who supposedly investigated. This person turned out not to exist. There was no police investigation, no report there. And also, the body was buried within 24 hours very quickly, considering that some of the family members had suspicions that this wasn't a straightforward accident, that this could in fact have been a murder.
But I'm not a homicide detective, and I'm beginning to wonder if I've waded in too far. This region of Bolivia is notorious for drug-running gangs. I've heard before of criminals taking bodies to the river to cover up evidence of a murder or the identity of a victim, using the river's scavengers to strip flesh from bone. Was Oscar literally defaced? If his death is connected to organized crime, then the fact that I'm digging up details of a murder could threaten my safety. I'm beginning to wonder whether it's too dangerous for me to continue my quest. The next morning, I decide I've come too far to give up now. I have to push on to find the truth. Juan told me Oscar's body was taken to the morgue here, but just as I gear myself up to head downtown, I'm stopped in my tracks. Overnight, Guayramerin has turned into a ghost town.
This isn't making a lot of sense. I'm very anxious to be getting out, talking to people, find out if this really is a case of human foul play, of murder. But it's weird. It's not Sunday, this is the middle of the week, it's 10:25. There's nobody on the street. Well, I say nobody, there's military police, that's all. I can't go anywhere.
The soldiers on the corner have spotted me, and I find myself in front of the chief of police.
Censo de población y vivienda es.
He tells me that everybody in the whole country is under armed curfew, so that the government can keep track of all its citizens.
Everybody has to stay in their houses for 24 hours. They can't go anywhere. And even though I don't live here, that includes me. I've got to stay inside.
If I don't get off the streets now, I could be arrested. I've got no choice but to sit it out for another day. The next morning, I continue my investigation. I head to the hospital to see if anyone knows how Oscar met his gruesome end. I find Dr. Navarro, the man who signed Oscar's death certificate. The first thing he does is pull out a photo of Oscar's injuries.
This is not the kind of picture I'd want to show around, really. This is the evidence. It's purely the face. It's extremely gruesome. And he's never seen that before, where it's been such a localized attack, localized injury. It is really very horrific.
But did these injuries kill Oscar, or are they covering up evidence of a stabbing or shooting? Dr. Navarro says there was no evidence of murder. Oscar was definitely attacked and killed by something in the water. So how did Oscar die?
And the cause was blood loss. Once anything attacking gets beyond the soft tissue, all it's got to do is puncture one of these arteries, and what with the pressure of the blood behind it, somebody can actually bleed to death in a very short time.
From the bite marks left on Oscar's head, Dr. Navarro is in no doubt as to what did this. Piranhas. For years, it's been an article of faith for me that despite the hype, piranhas don't normally kill people. Dr. Navarro's findings potentially throw this into question. Scavenging on dead bodies is one thing, but this is the first time I've seen such graphic, gruesome medical evidence of somebody being killed by piranhas.
Is it possible to say which type maybe was involved here?
No es posible porque no tenemos los medios para poder determinar.
He's saying that there's no real way after the event that you can tell which type was responsible. They're all very voracious, but pointing the finger can't be done.
There are nearly 40 known species of true piranha in the world, some more aggressive than others. But none in my experience would normally do this. That makes me think that one of two things might have happened. Either something has changed the way the piranhas behave here, or the remote Rio Yata is home to a new ultra-aggressive species of piranha that I've never seen before. There's only one way to find out what's going on. Head back to Santa Teresita and get a line in the water. I'm told that just downstream from where Oscar died, there's a series of rapids where locals catch various different types of piranha. Maybe this is where I'll find the man killer.
So far I've been catching a variety of fish, but what I'm going to do now is specifically target piranhas. So I'm going to start off, I think, using an artificial bait, something which mimics a small fish and that sort of calls attention to itself in the water. And because anything that goes for that is likely to have teeth, then I've got about 10 inches of wire on the end there. Otherwise they just bite through the line.
My location is a half-built, abandoned hydroelectric dam.
There's a really nice slack on the edge of the rapid here. Classic predator ambush territory. Lots of white marks all over the rocks here, so the cormorants have been finding fish. I think it all looks pretty good.
But before I start fishing, something unusual catches my eye. Hundreds of tiny fish are making their way over the man-made rapids.
This is water that would just sweep me away. And here you've got these creatures mostly about 1 inch long, some of them are 2 or 3 inches, making their way up against the current.
A bite-sized snack for any piranha.
Right, that's some of the easiest fishing I've had for a little while. Oh,
Only fast, powerful fish can survive in these rapids.
oh. Something at it. Right, what's that? This is something.
A vampire fish, a saber-toothed, distant relation of the piranha. Some vampire fish grow up to 4 feet long. Their dagger-sharp fangs are tailor-made for impaling other fish, enlightening fast attacks. I've even seen them bite off more than they can chew in cannibalistic assaults on their own kind.
It's got another one down its throat.
Although it's got terrifying dental hardware, these teeth can't strip flesh from bone in the way that Oscar's attacker was able to do. But anything that can share the water with these must be an impressive predator in its own right.
I just saw a flash, something going for it. Hey, that's a fish. That's a red piranha. Not going to take any chances. I don't want my fingers too close to the teeth.
But nothing can prepare you for the unexpected.
Ow! Well, I've just impaled myself on a treble there. That hook has gone right in my thumb. I've got to deal with that.
As the red-bellied piranha struggles, the hook digs deeper into my thumb.
It's the first time I've actually done that, but I have seen it happen to somebody else. and we had to give them half a bottle of whiskey and then hold him down on a table to pull it out.
I can't pull the hook straight out because the backwards-facing barb is dug right into my flesh.
Can you just hold the lure like that, where my fingers are?
While the soundman takes the weight of the fish off my thumb, I get to work with some pliers.
That hurt. I'm just letting that bleed because there's probably fish slime and all sorts in the wound. I'm just wondering if a little bit of human blood on this might be that extra little something.
All piranha species have an extremely acute sense of smell. It's thought they're able to detect a single drop of blood in 50 gallons of water. Will my blood attract something different onto the line?
That's interesting. That is different. That is different. This isn't a red belly piranha. This is a black piranha. Compared to the red belly, these are comparatively solitary, comparatively shy. But, well, you say shy, just look at the size of the lure that went for, about the same length as the fish itself.
These are the largest of the carnivorous piranhas. They're recognized as having the strongest bite, pound for pound, of any fish that's been measured. But these are solitary fish and don't hunt in packs.
Right.
So I don't see how one black piranha could overwhelm Oscar and bite off his entire face. This isn't the mystery piranha I'm after. After this, the piranhas start coming thick and fast.
A revised technique of unhooking.
The river is teeming with piranhas, but I haven't found any evidence of a new ultra-aggressive species in the Rio Yata. I'm no closer to finding an answer. If I can track down the witness who recovered Oscar's body, maybe I can get closer to the truth. I head back to the scene of the crime, Santa Teresita. It looks like many people have now returned to the village. These people know the man I'm looking for, and they say he's here. I'm pointed in the direction of his house. Finally, someone who actually witnessed the attack.
It's Don Carmelo.
Carmelo tells me it was a day he'll never forget.
Sucedió así. Cuando yo
Finally, I hear the true story behind the tragic death of Oscar Barbosa. Carmelo was operating one of the ferries that runs across the Rio Yata. It was a hot day, and he saw Oscar dive into the water.
Y de ahí él cruzaron, y de ahí volvió, y de ahí se largaba el río.
At first, he was swimming without difficulty. But then he started struggling and sinking below the surface.
The third time he went under, Carmelo realized that this was serious, something had to be done.
Carmelo and a friend raced out to the spot where Oscar disappeared.
La vuelta, Alan, la vuelta.
He tied a rope around his waist and bravely dived in. But But the water was murky and he couldn't find him. He went under a second time, but nothing. The third time he started to feel his way around.
Fourth time he went down, he found a foot and hung onto it.
While bringing Oscar's body up to the surface, he felt a searing pain in his arm. Carmelo, too, was under attack. He still bears the scars of the wounds he endured, retrieving Oscar from the bottom of the Rio Yata.
As he surfaced with the body, he said the piranhas all surfaced like a shoal of sardines or something coming up with the body.
Rápido me subí arriba y no lo largué.
By then he'd seen the damage, he'd seen where all the flesh had been eaten away, a lot of bleeding, and he said at that time, you know, Oscar was already dead.
But with almost 40 species of true piranha, which one is the culprit?
Do you know what type of piranha they were here?
Acá, cerca de aquí, del pecho, es colorado, todo es colorado. Rojo, ya, es rojo.
He says they were brightly coloured, red, and he indicated the belly and the flanks, and there's a very clear positive ID. Those were red-bellied piranhas.
This wasn't what I was expecting to hear. Carmelo's testimony is the first time I've heard an eyewitness describe an adult human being targeted and killed by red-bellied piranhas. It's an unprecedented event and runs counter to experiments I've conducted showing that red-bellies won't normally attack people or large animals. That they're not the monsters that B-movies would have us believe they are. So is this just a freak event? Or is something bigger going on here? Carmelo says that Oscar's is not the only attack he's come across on the river. Piranhas struck near a riverside ranch very recently. If I hurry, I might make it there before nightfall. On the way, I hear news of other attacks.
Allá más arriba de mi casa, allá ha mordido mi primo. Piraña grande así, mira.
He's saying there's big piranhas here. His cousin was bitten.
Estaba lavando su mano y se mordió.
Ah, okay.
Claro.
Yeah, he was washing his hands and something came along, took a big lump out of his hand. So he says, piranhas, you've got to watch them here.
The case against the piranhas is building. It seems that Oscar's attack was not a once-and-done incident. We just make the ranch by dusk, and the conversation soon turns to attacks.
Aquí las pirañas son agresivas.
Culebra, a labourer, tells me that the attack Carmelo heard about happened only 6 months ago. This time, it wasn't on a human, but something larger and much more powerful. 3 cowboys found a horse from a neighbouring ranch that had swum across the river onto their land. They got it back into the water to return it.
It was literally just a few feet away from the bank and the piranhas attacked it. And as soon as it started bleeding, more and more piranhas came.
The cowboys desperately tried to recover the horse.
But just the time that it took them to do that, The animal was dead. Not only that, it had been hollowed out by the fish. And when they managed to get the body of the horse out of the water, there was apparently just a stream of piranhas falling out of a hole in its skin. It was that quick that it happened.
These latest stories have given me a lot of food for thought. I realise I can't deny the mounting evidence I'm faced with any longer. The piranhas here seem to be more aggressive than normal. In chaos theory, the term butterfly effect suggests that a small change, such as the tiny breeze created by butterflies' wings, can escalate into huge and unpredictable consequences. The chain of cause and effect in nature ripples from one event to another, and never more so than in the watery environment of rivers. Piranhas here are attacking healthy living people and even creatures as large as horses. But why? Perhaps something has happened in the river to provoke this change in behavior. I've seen something similar before in Papua New Guinea. The normally vegetarian pacu started attacking humans in the absence of its usual food supply. If the peaceful pacu can be transformed into a savage attacker, could something similar happen when the piranha's environment is changed? I start asking around to see if people have noticed anything that's changed in the Rio Yata. I'm soon told of a predatory fish that appeared in these waters just 20 years ago. Could its arrival have some connection to red-belly piranhas turning into man-killers? I've got a new fish to find, but will it close the case?
What's this?
I've found a couple of locals who'll take me to where I might be able to catch one of these mysterious river invaders. The only other people around are gold prospectors living on dredgers in the middle of the river. The final part of the journey is a trek through jungle to a lake.
The lake apparently is an oxbow. That's to say it's a bend of the river. When the water's up, it's actually part of the river, but when the water goes down, like now in the dry season, it's cut off, so you have to come through the forest. And I can just see water now.
But the dry season is fast turning into wet season. The rain is falling harder and harder.
Just sitting here waiting for a break in this rain. At the moment it's just going without any let-up, and the guys say this could actually be the start of the wet season. And if that is the case, what that means is the lake's going to fill up, it's going to turn to muddy soup, it's going to join with the main river, and chances of anybody catching anything are going to disappear until some months from now.
The rain is showing no sign of easing. We can't wait any longer and have no choice but to head out to get a line in the water. Hours pass and nothing is biting. We decide to fish into the night. One of my guides, Gary, is concerned that the weather is only going to get worse. So we bring his fishing method into play too, to increase our chances of catching this mysterious fish.
Basically there's one main line. Every 10 yards or so, the baits are going to be suspended. They won't be on the bottom, they'll be somewhere in mid-water. So it's a fairly intensive deployment of hooks and baits.
Fishing at night means I'm working virtually blind. But if the creature I'm here to find has truly invaded these waters, then hopefully I'll be able to get a bait in front of one.
Yeah, that's a fish, that's a fish. That's good size as well.
Gary tells me this is the mystery fish he brought me here to find.
I might just glove this.
And it's one I've met before.
All right. So there we go. This is an arapaima.
This is a fish I was never expecting to catch here. Arapaima shouldn't be in Bolivia. They're not native to these waters. But their presence here could explain the gory attacks that happened on the Rio Yata. Arapaima are formidable predators, and one fish is a favorite meal: piranhas. If these waters are riddled with arapaima, they could be nailing the piranhas, picking off the slower, weaker ones and leaving the stronger and more aggressive fish. And if they're competing for the same food as well, perhaps this has forced the piranhas to become much more aggressive. This is a young arapaima, and to me, that makes it even more significant. It means that arapaima haven't just invaded, but they're breeding here. How many more are out there? How bad has this invasion become? We need to check the lines. As we pull them in, it becomes clear.
Ah, yeah. Here we go. There's a fish.
They're here in force.
These fish, given the right conditions, warm water, they don't need a lot of oxygen, they can absolutely take over. So once the genie's out of the bottle, you know, there's no putting it back. These things, they're here to stay.
And I know only too well how big they can grow.
Can see the fish.
Dominating the waters they live in.
Massive female arapaima. In the case of what happened on the Rio Yata that day, I see now all the possible pieces of the jigsaw. Maybe this is what caused Oscar's death. Not the direct cause, but one of the factors that upset the balance.
And pushed the piranhas into becoming more aggressive, attacking anything and anyone as they fight for survival in this more competitive and dangerous river world. Maybe it was only a matter of time before someone was killed. Oscar was the unlucky one, in the wrong place at the wrong time. Caught in the perfect storm, as nature does what nature has always done: adapt to survive. But wherever I fish, I seem to run into competition I wasn't expecting.
No! No!